Morning, everybody. If you are joining us today, this is day 2 of the Board of Finance hearings with our town departments on the 2025-26 municipal budget. We will be on this call today between 8:30 and 4:30 today with all of the departments. The schedule is listed online for anybody interested. If you would join me for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. So we have quite a few people on the call this morning. I just want to go over some etiquette. If you could remain on mute until you're called upon, and once you're called upon, unmute to speak and announce yourself so that Attorney Shopek doesn't have to tell me to remind people to announce themselves as they come into the call today. We will start our budget discussions this morning with Maria Pires, our finance director, and discussing the tax assessor's office on page 57 in your big books.
Good morning. I'm Maria Pires, Director of Finance, and I'm going to discuss the tax assessor's office.
Oh, before we do that, I forgot. Phyllis is going to call roll attendance.
Ann Souther. Ann Sutter. Okay. Richard Wolf. Mary Isaac. Here. Tony Cinto. Nikki Satin. Here. Kevin Shively.
Here.
Anthony Dorsey. John Foreman. Paul Timpanelli.
Here.
Wayne McHugh.
Here.
David Gala.
Here.
Scott Zemoff.
Scott will be joining us shortly.
Marty Isaac. Chris L. Harris.
She will also be joining us shortly.
Let's see. Mark Mascola. Rosemary Seaman.
Here.
And Vincent DiGennaro.
Here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, on your screen, you'll note that there are members of the Board of Finance as well as the Town Council Finance Committee. We try to include the Town Council Finance Committee in these hearings to make the next part of the process go smoother as well. So back to Tax Assessor's Office on page 57. Take it away, Maria.
Good morning. So as you know, we haven't been able to fill the tax assessor position. It's been posted for quite some time. We were able to fill the 2 part-time vacancies, which is turning out pretty well. We are using 2 consultants since we don't have a tax assessor to assist the department. Both Lynn and Becky, who are the assistant assessors, are very helpful. They're extremely busy, and they really pick up the slack there and doing a great job. It's not easy to be in that position with no tax assessor, but they rely on the 2 consultants we use right now to bounce up questions or any kind of issues going on. They're streamlining the office procedures. They process over 2230 certificates of corrections and 657 transfers of ownership. They assist in the Board of Assessment Appeals with 41 appeals on the 23 grant list. They review and processed 2,485 permits and had a more than 42 million gross value for the 24 grant list. That excludes any reduction due to large appeals. Personal property accounts increased by 408 for the 24 grant list. due to field inspections, internal review, and new filings. The goals and objectives for the department obviously is to fill the 2 full-time vacancies. We added a personal property motor vehicle position to fill the positions. They want to attend educational workshops to give the staff more professional growth. They want to implement and integrate software online. I know they're doing an OpenGov with building department, it's a permitting software. And they're probably 95% done with that project. They also want to implement Nearmap and integrate with GIS module and the vision system. We will be conducting personal property audits. We want to resolve some pending court appeals. And of course, we'll be starting the revaluation services. We requested an extension for the revaluation. It's due 10/1/2025, but due to the lack of a tax assessor and the restructuring of the department, we asked for an extension for until 10/1/2026. We have not received notification from the state, but we're told it should be approved. Other towns have gotten the same approval. So now we could go through any questions.
Vin,
Yeah, Vinnie DeGennaro, Board of Finance. There's a note there, it says implement, I believe it says AI programs to streamline the assessor function. I didn't realize we're using any AI functions, and I'm just curious, or is that
Yeah.
a typo?
Actually, I looked at that just now and I wasn't sure that we were doing that. So that's something to discuss with the department and obviously the town, because I personally don't know how much we can use of it. I'm sure there are restrictions. I'm sure we need to evaluate that system, I think. So I don't think we're ready for that, but
Yeah,
anyway.
I was just curious because, that might offset some of the labor if it works well,
Yeah, well, Vinny, maybe you can help us with that.
Okay, be happy to.
I'm going to go to Paul Timpanelli next.
Yes, thank you, Annie. Paul Timpanelli, Board of Finance. Maria, can you just remind us how long has this position been vacant? And have you actually had any candidates that have made it to the interview stage of the process?
This position's been open since last May. We have not been able to get any applicants at all, as far as I can. I've asked HR, but we can ask him later as well because he's coming on board later on today. But as far as I know, they have not received any applications. So there have been no applications, no additional interviews or anything like that.
Assuming this is a common problem around the state currently?
Yes. Other towns are sharing tax assessors with other towns, and most of the towns are having difficulty filling these positions.
Thank you.
Maria, it's Laney McHugh. Quick question on the salary for the tax assessor versus the cost of the consultants. Are we about a wash on that? Are we budgeted correctly?
I couldn't tell you right now.
Okay.
It says needed, so I'm not sure how much time they're going to put into it.
You can follow up later.
I'm sure we're below that number,
Okay.
but we're also increasing the staff workload, so they're working overtime, extra hours, and one part-time is actually working a little bit more than the normal 19.5 hours.
Okay. Mary Isaac?
Mary Isaac, Town Council. Just checking, Maria, with you saying that, is there an option for Trumbull to look at sharing with another town, or that's really not an option for us? With the problem of trying to get someone.
We have not explored that. Well, we actually have. We reached out to one town, but we were not successful with that one. That doesn't mean that we won't reach out again, but for now, we reached out to one town and that was not successful.
Thank you. Dave Gallo?
Maria, good morning, Dave Gallo, Board of Finance. You mentioned that some of our part-timers are going over their 19 and a half. Is that being done consistently? Do we have any issues from an HR standpoint of them being considered no longer part-time?
We're keeping them under a certain hours, and we're keeping track of it, basically, not to go over that limit.
Thanks.
Any other questions concerning the tax assessor's office? Anybody?
Anybody want to go over the
Uh,
numbers, or everything's okay?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Dave.
I'll raise I'm on my phone, so the buttons are real small, so I apologize. But Maria, a quick question. I looked at the numbers for vacancy in the tax assessor. That is, I don't know what budget number that is, but I noticed that the department requested 120, First Selectman requested 60,000. And my question is, at this point, if we haven't had any applicants and we're not sure what our plans are for replacing on that side, do we feel that 60,000 is accurate, or should that number be looked at again?
Because we have not had any applicants, we actually decided that it's possible that we won't fill it for the first 6 months, and that's why we reduced that salary. Obviously, if we end up filling up the position, we will need consultants, and we would come to the board to either make a transfer or supplemental. We hope that we could fill the position, but as I said before, it's been since May and we have not had any applicants.
Thank you.
Any other questions about that? All right, we'll let Maria off the hot seat. And we will move on to the Conservation Commission, which is on page 159, I believe. Tim Coughlin's with us this morning. Good morning, Tim.
Good morning.
Thanks for your patience in our attempt to get organized this morning.
It's business as usual, right?
Something like that.
Yeah.
What do you want to tell us about the Conservation Commission?
Well, I apologize. I don't have my budget numbers in front of me, but it's relatively easy and straightforward. Again, Tim Coughlin, interim co-chair of the Conservation Commission. And if I remember correctly, we requested from our budget, if I remember, it's 15,000 or total. I'm not really sure, but I'll give you the general numbers. We asked for 3,000 of that, or 2,000 of that, to be moved from printing to the tree, the actual tree planting. So if I remember, it'd be 15,000 for tree planting, which happened in the past, will happen in the parks. We're looking to transition at some point in time to come up with a program for the town to replace trees in the town right away. So that'll be some future. And we also have a line item for 2 members of the Conservation Commission to attend a Kakiwik conference, which is basically a wetlands, water course, environmental conference for them to attend to kind of, have a better understanding of the environmental impacts of what our commission is all about.
That sounds great. You were very close with the numbers, sir. The total Conservation Commission budget request is 16,400. 14,000 of that is trees. In program expenses. The services for clerical for your meetings, 10 meetings at $100 each for 1,000. And then the seminars that you're talking about are listed for 2 people to attend for a total of $210. Sounds like a good return on the investment to me. And then just your professional dues, that's your whole budget there.
Yes.
Awesome. And anybody have any questions for the Conservation Commission? Do you know about how many trees that will plant this year?
Roughly for the 15,000, they're roughly around $400 a piece to $500 a piece to get into the ground. In the past, the last 2 years, the Parks Department has been very gracious in purchasing the trees and planting them. Especially, we had a big planting 2 years ago in Twin Brooks, and then another large planting this past spring in Twin Brooks. This year, we are giving $10,000 of tree plantings for the Long Hill Green. And then there's another 2,000 that will be going to the Parks Department, which I just confirmed with Dimitri in the Parks Department. That will go into whatever trees we can plant somewhere in the Parks Department, or hopefully at Tashua Knolls, somewhere near the tennis courts. But that'll be up to Dimitri.
Awesome. Any other questions?
No, I want to make a notation that, and I think I said it before, the Parks Department's been very generous with their time and their energy in coordinating it. It's been pretty much a seamless coordination between Conservation and the Parks Department. So we really like to continue that going forward in that kind of partnership.
Yeah, it's been great. Twin Brooks looks amazing. It's nice to see all the new trees. I'm going to go to Vicky Tesoro and then Mary Isaac.
Thank you. This is Vicky Tesoro, the First Selectman. I just wanted to comment what Tim said about the trees at Long Hill Green. That project is going to get underway shortly, sometime in the spring. And I do want to thank the Conservation Commission for all their help with our tree plantings. Obviously, as Lainey said, Twin Brooks looks beautiful. Lots of new trees have been planted there. And we're now moving to the Long Hill Green to upgrade that green as well, with lots of different plantings. So people should just keep their eye out to the changes that are going to happen there as well.
Welcome. Mary?
Mary Isaac, Town Council. Tim, I was just curious if, since we are designated a tree city, if you've been able, perhaps with Rena, or if the committee's been looking at going after any of the grants that are available to kind of supplement some of our areas of plantings?
Well, to my understanding, that happened, prior. I was on the commission, but was not involved with that directly. And I'm pretty sure that falls underneath the auspices of the Parks Department. If I remember correctly, I've had a conversation with Dimitri. We still are tree city, so I would have to investigate that and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I know we
Yep.
got a couple back in the day, so
Yeah,
thank you.
you're welcome.
Any more questions on trees, planting, or the Conservation Commission in general? Tim, thank you again for your patience this morning.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
All right, we'll just take one moment. We're looking to see if Bob Dunn is logging on. Then we'll go to the building official and then the tax collector. Building official will be on page 217 in your books. While we're waiting, Maria, is there any place you'd like to fill in?
Most of my departments are in the next week, so I don't know if you want to start there, but the only other place would be the employee benefits if you want to start there before Tom. We could go there if you like.
Yeah, let's do that. What page do you want us on?
That's page 111.
Rerouting to page 111 for efficiency. Talking about employee benefits with Maria back in the hot seat.
Yes. So FICA, that's based on all the salaries and it's 7.65%. Medical, we initially were given a rate of 13%. Since it was not a fixed rate, we decided that at 11, going halfway of the increase, 11% was a good rate. Yesterday, we received another quote, which was 9.9% plus the 1% of tax for a 10.9%. That saves us $83.60 if you want to put that towards the savings.
The only problem with that is there's a 1% surcharge for us being a Fairfield County town.
Yeah, I added that.
So that actually leaves us at 10.9%.
Correct.
I don't know how anybody else feels about that. I just don't understand why we're penalized for being in Fairfield County with a whole percent. I would love to see our legislators look at that. I know that Mrs. Tesoro's been on the phone talking about that ad nauseum. So hopefully they might reconsider, although I doubt it.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that we should be actually given additional money rather than penalized.
Yeah.
It doesn't really make any sense, but, and, you know, we're on the periphery of Fairfield County anyways. So we're certainly not a Darien or a Greenwich or a Westport. And we get penalized the same way they do, so. But more of that to come, of conversation.
Just to note, the Board of Education did budget at 13% for the insurance. They're also in the state partnership plan. So we can look at those numbers a little bit as we get through the process. Cindy?
I just wanted to note, John Masari came on. He is also on the Conservation Commission. And I just wanted to make him aware that we did that already. And so he doesn't have to stay on.
Okay, I apologize. Thanks.
It's
No
not
problem.
a problem. Tim was here. He was great. And I think there weren't really any questions and there were a lot of positive comments. So
Okay. All right.
just
Thank you
to let
very
you
much.
know. Have a great day.
Bye now.
Thanks.
Thanks, Cindy. Robert Dunn has joined us. We'll go to the building department on page 217 next.
Morning.
Morning, Bob. If you would, take us through just a little bit, the highlights for your budget, and then we'll talk numbers.
Sure. We actually haven't changed anything. We tried to keep everything pretty much the same as it was last year. One of my inspectors, Shane White, moved from Connecticut to Virginia, and we just successfully went through the hiring process, and he will start March 31st. So what was in the budget was vacant, but we have hired somebody who's going to start March 31st, and we let Maria know. So hopefully we're good to go.
Excellent. Do you want to just run us through the numbers quickly about your permits and where you are compared to where you thought you'd be?
Sure. Where I thought I would be is a difficult situation because we have no control over everything. We've had a job that's required a lot of inspections and wasn't a lot of money, and there's some that are a lot of money and not so many inspections and how they're clustered. So so far through the year we have this is not correct 5,055 inspections starting with July of last fiscal year so far. That's a little bit less than last year, but we still have some jobs coming up that require multiple inspections. The Yale Healthcare Center on Park Avenue, 5520 Park Avenue. They've finished phase 1 of the endoscopy project, and they're starting another phase, and it's a little difficult working there because they're in operation when we're doing inspections. There's another small job downstairs on women's health care. And then there's 2 of the LINAC machines. They're the giant radiation therapy machines behind 1-foot solid lead-lined walls. And they're in the process. They set up a temporary trailer outside with 2 of those machines in it. And they're in the process now of changing out the existing rooms one at a time because I guess there's a 10-year lifespan on the machines. So the plan at 5520 is actually they're going to finish the 2 rooms that they have there. And once they're back in operation, the talk is they're going to add on to the building and build 2 more. So that's pretty exciting.
And how are you doing as far as OpenGov and moving everything around?
OpenGov is one of the best things we've ever done. We're testing importing of the old documents. They were able to move stuff over from the VOC program that we had and the Energo permits that were already imported into VOC. And we're just trying to finalize how to do the final desktop version that we took up using again during COVID and just get those imported. But it's working out very well. I'm really happy with the program.
Awesome. Vin?
Vinny DiGennaro, Board of Finance. Yeah, Bob, I remember when we put this in a couple of years ago, and I'm glad that it's working out. I thought it was a pretty good piece of software when we did it. One of the questions I have, though, is that have you been able to kind of sell the concept to other departments so that they could start to join OpenGov, similar to what Stratford had done as we looked at it way back when?
We have talked about it. The fire marshal, engineering, and zoning are right now they're using it for all their approvals, which is working out very well. And the contractor or whoever is applying for the permit can pay whatever required fees they charge online using the program. As far as, you know, engineering or the other departments using it actually to do their own permitting, we haven't moved there yet. We wanted to first have everything settled down with the import of all the old permits. So that's all working. We just want to make sure that everything is working the way we want it before we add another variable to it, so to speak.
That's great news. Thank you.
And thanks again for your help, because you were a big help in implementing the program, and it was nice to be able to bounce things off of you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And it looks like you're on track for your budget for permit and permit fees for the year.
I believe so, correct.
Any other questions for Bob Dunn and the building department? Well, that was pretty easy, Bob.
Great.
Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on. I see Donna Pelletier has joined us. We're going to go to the tax collector's office on page 69. Morning, Donna.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm having trouble flipping pages this morning.
That's okay.
Want to just give us a quick overview and tell us what your budget looks like compared to last year?
Sure. Well, I tried very similar to last year. We were able to lower some categories as of this May. Excuse me, my voice. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay.
As of this May, the last person will be certified in our office. So we were able to lower those costs. The professional development. Everything pretty much is contractual between Quality Data and postage, legal notices. You know, the charges are what they are. I did notice though that, and I'm a little concerned about that, they lowered the postage. And the postage that I had put in my budget request, I took right off the Quality Data estimates for, which comes out to $25,165.50. And it appears that they lowered it to, it was lowered to, where am I here? 22. So I'm a little concerned that, because if this is what this $25,165.50 consists of, is the July tax bills that go out, including sewer assessments. It is also the escrow accounts for the first selectman's letter. People that do not get tax bills, but they get the first selectman's letter. our motor vehicle supplemental bills in January, and the mass delinquent statements we send out in February. So I just wanted to bring that up. So I may be coming back if it comes up to be a little more.
Vicky, do you have any comment on that? This is based on historical value.
That's correct.
Hi, Vicky.
Hey, Donna, how are you?
Good.
Plus, I think I'll get rid of the tax, my letter. We'll just throw that, we'll do it by airdrop from airplanes, then we'll.
That would be a good idea.
Any other questions for Donna and the tax collector's office? I don't think the coffee's hit everybody yet, Donna, so you're off the hook easily today.
Well, any questions, you could always email me. You know, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Bye now.
Bye-bye.
Cindy, can you check with Rena to see if she can pop on? We're running a little bit ahead of schedule this morning. Maria, do you want to click off another one of your departments?
We could continue on fringe benefits,
Let's go back to fringe benefits.
page 111.
All right.
We talked about the health insurance that, we're looking at 9.9 plus 1% of tax, Fairfield County tax for a 10.9%, could be a reduction of $8,360. The workers' comp, we reduced it to $1.5 million just because I know historically we've been paying quite a bit of large claims. And as you know, this year we paid for a large iron hypertension. So I will be discussing with Kerma and see where we are with the reserves to make sure that that will be in line.
Any questions on that? At one time, Maria, you talked about going out to bid for a different company. Was that something that we looked at?
We're self-insured for workers' comp. So if we were fully insured, it would be very costly.
Yeah.
We looked at it, I think, quite a few years back.
But no, were you talking about the intermediary, like who actually takes care of our self-insured?
We may be looking into a different third-party administrator. We need to discuss, so with Tom and myself will be discussing that at some point.
Paul?
Yes, Paul Bentley, Board of Finance. Maria, I think I have a slight brain freeze here. Can you re-explain to us what opt-out insurance is?
There were a few individuals that if they have a second insurance through the spouse or someone else in the family, probably spouse, back then they were offered a buyout, like a
Got it.
payment.
Thank you.
And they're very limited. I think they're about 3 or so.
Yep.
Three employees are left. Everyone else is either taking the insurance or not eligible for that payment.
Got it. Thanks.
The next large items on this budget are the pension. As you know, there was a new pension plan for the police, and the actuary evaluation came at 220,000. I discussed it with the actuaries because the actuary evaluation for this year did not include the payment that we're about to make for 242,000. So they agree that it should be reduced to 177,000. Any questions there? The police pension, the regular pension, the legacy plan is 2,967,000. It was actually, it's less than last year. It's going down. So people that were on the plan there's less people going into that plan. On the town, that plan went up increased to 5,897,000 instead of 5,637,000 last year. This is based on the actuary evaluation that was done on July 1st, 2024. And the plan is about 49.7% funded. The reason for the increase is because we changed one of the assumptions for the interest rate from 7.5 to from 7.25 to 7%, to agree with the police department as well. Deferred comp, page 14. That is going up because, as you know, new employees are going into the defined contribution plan and not the defined benefit. And therefore that number keeps on going up. And hopefully the regular pension will go down now that we changed that assumption. I don't see any other large items. Does anybody have any questions on any item?
David Gala.
Yeah, Dave Gallo, Board of Finance. Maria, if you could, again, following Paul's lead, a little brain fart here, can you help us to understand the forfeiture amount from employees not fully vested? Are those employees that have left the town, or?
Yes, those individuals that left the town, they were not fully vested. The town contributes the employee portion and the employer portion every week, and therefore those funds were available to, they were forfeitures. And therefore
Okay.
we're able to reduce the amount that we're going to be paying forward.
And then one more question on to follow the brain freeze theme here. Can you help me to understand where we are as far as this? You mentioned before 49.7% funded on the town side for the pension. Where does that put us in, from a comfort standpoint for funding?
We're able to meet the current expenses, current pension or payments. I can't predict what the future will hold, but right now we're cash flow neutral. Everything that we contribute and with the investments, we're able to pay all our current pensioners. We do another valuation on July 1st, 2026. Every 2 years we do a valuation.
Thank you.
Paul. You're gonna have to unmute, Paul.
Alton Bentley, Board of Finance. Maria, as a follow-up to Dave's question, is there a comparative analysis that we have or that the state provides that allows us to look at how we compare with other municipalities in terms of that percentage number?
We have not done that. We can definitely ask our actuaries to look into that.
Can you do that for us?
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, just making sure I'm writing down what I'm supposed to follow up on. Maria, are we good with fringe benefits now?
Yes, unless anybody else has any questions.
All right. Good morning, Rena. Rena Bacalar has joined us, and we'll move on. We'll move on to planning and zoning and economic development. On page 133 is planning and zoning. Is Rob joining us also?
I just texted Rob. He's supposed to be on at be able to be on at 9:30.
Yeah, we're running a few minutes ahead. Do you want to do economic development first?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all. Economic development, just looking for my page number. Hang on one second. If anybody else sees it ahead of me.
143.
Thank you. Page 143 in your big book. All right, Rena, you want to give us an overview and then we'll talk numbers?
Well, there's not really a lot of change to my budget request at all. So there's some minor tweaks based on, just activities we have planned or we're thinking about, and some maybe cost changes that we're experiencing a little bit year over year in terms of some of our events. So the budget is largely the same. You'll notice that there's funding in there for grant assistance. I think the committee recalls that money is to help with grants and some grant management stuff. We reduced it last year because Maria and I are working on a joint position for grant management and both financial and administrative grant management due to just the volume. That's where a lot of the detailed, long-term sort of oversight comes in, and it absorbs a lot of time. So for me to stay on the front end writing and getting the grants and coaching somebody through the administrative side, and Maria coaching somebody a little bit through the financial side, but not having to do it ourselves, will be an asset. Now, we haven't hired that position yet. Maria and I have contributed to a job description. So we're waiting for some additional information from HR on that. So I just wanted to remind folks of that. In terms of the money that's still in my budget for grant assistance, look, if money's in my budget and I don't need it, I don't spend it. That's just how I am, my management practice. So, for example, just last couple weeks ago, we needed to get a grant in. I had the time to do it. I did it myself rather than contract out. Sometimes it's almost easier for me to do that because by the time I get somebody up and running on what the project is and who to get involved in this and that, I can get that done. So if I don't need it, I don't spend it. So you do see some underspending on that particular line item. And that is why I don't want it to go away, because if something comes up or we get barraged with opportunities, although things look somewhat not really, that doesn't really seem to be the future, at least for now, but it could happen that something comes up that, I would need the capacity, and I don't want to be hung out there without the dollars to do it, or having to go through a process that could take a few months, to get the funding. So I would just ask you to consider that when you're looking through your budget recommendations. So other than that, on the economic development actual line item budget, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer it. If you want to talk about economic development objectives or performance or what we've done in terms of some of the highlights in my report, I'm happy to do that too.
I would actually like you to honk your horn a little bit, because your department has been very busy this year and done a lot of great work. If you would just highlight some of the things that you're most happy with, that would be great.
So, each year we work hard to do as much as we can to support our existing businesses, to attract new businesses and new development to the right places at the right time with the right conditions. So, I feel that this is just a continuation of our work. I think what folks may not know is the amount of technical assistance I get involved with some of our businesses, particularly our small businesses. I have very good relationships with many of our business owners. They call me when they feel they're in a jam or that they need some counsel. So I do a lot of one-on-one business counseling. I also refer folks to free services. We have really good relationships with the small business development centers and SCORE. As you've been seeing, we're doing, we've launched 4 times a year. We're doing collaborative presentations with SCORE. We have one this Wednesday night on tax stuff. What we did was meet with SCORE, and I identified 4 topics that I felt strongly that our businesses needed assistance with. As of yesterday, we had 77 businesses registered for Wednesday night, which is small business taxes, and we're including the assessor's office in that. Lynn and another person that she has working there are gonna present on personal property tax kinds of obligations for small businesses, because what happens is they don't realize what their obligations are sometimes, and they end up having some issues, and we've seen that. So as I go through the technical assistance process with businesses, I identify things that are coming up over and over again. And what we try to do is to, lend as much capacity as we can. On the development side, we try to position the town, properties, regulations, our marketing efforts, outreach efforts, the business development stuff ahead of time. We try to think ahead, get the town positioned so that we can be attractive to businesses and owners and so forth. So I think to the degree that our department depends on a lot of other entities and departments to get success, I think to the degree that we can, we're successful. There's always challenges, but I'm very upbeat on the opportunities as well. I think the mall property is going to be in transition for some period of time. But if you heard what I hear about how smart it is for us to have gotten ahead of this situation and gotten some understanding of the potential of the property going forward and how to lay a regulatory pathway to attract investment and to meet the goal of a transformation and reinvention. It's not going to happen overnight, but we are laying the groundwork. And I think that at some point we could be recognized as a model for this, not just in the state. I think beyond that, I've gotten calls from all over the country. So we're not there yet. We have a lot of work to do, and there will be ups and downs on that property and in that area. But to sit back and just let it happen is not the way to do it. So I think we have some challenges in terms of commercial development. Unfortunately, we have a pending appeal or a potential appeal on a project at One Trefoil Drive. The community has wanted another grocery store for a long, long time. It is difficult to reposition a grocery store in Trumbull Center. It's not impossible, but it's difficult. The particular grocer that's looking to go to that spot wanted to be on that side of 25, so they wouldn't be in the market for Trumbull Center. It, in my opinion, doesn't undermine any other thing we would try to do in another part of town. In terms of a grocer, I can tell you that we have a grocer that wants to be in the south side of town that we don't have a property for. So unfortunately, an adjacent property owner is appealing that decision, and it will delay it. But that 36,000 square foot plaza will increase the grand list, will bring jobs, will bring new amenities to the town. We have some other opportunities in the upcoming year for some of our non-conforming properties, something Rob just joined it. He and I have been talking a lot about, and the Plan of Conservation and Development I think will address. We do have, in the Planning and Zoning Commission, to their credit, has been addressing taking some of these older, non-conforming properties, gas stations, little pocket properties, and looking at an opportunity to do neighborhood scale amenities, commercial development on those properties over time. Nothing that's intrusive or overbuilt, but something that adds to the neighborhood, like the Madison Villages and so forth. So I think that the positioning is what I'm most proud of. It's what people don't see until something concrete starts happening, but it's the work that brings the success. And I think that, we have some great people working along with us, including all of you. So I'll stop there. There's lots of other things going on. There's lots of work to be done. But I think we're going to see a year of action this year, 2025, shovels in the ground, things being built, businesses coming to town, good businesses. So more to be continued.
Excellent. Vin?
Thank you. Two questions, Rena. One is on the Trumbull Center. Are the buildings like Porcelli's and the other adjacent buildings going to be retained as part of that project? Because it's not clear to me as, how you're going to fit in an apartment building and stuff like that on the same property. And then my second question is more about Oxford Health and that project, is where that stands.
Yep.
That's been kind of delayed or maybe in courts, but I thought that was cleared by now.
Yep.
Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you for asking. So the first question relates to Trumbull Center and the existing buildings now that they've taken the other two down. To my best knowledge as of today, the building where Porcelli's is in is going to stay intact. We have seen over the years a rendering of them refacading that. I think that they're sort of hesitant to refacade it without a tenant because then tenants want to change it, but they do have a concept for refacading that. The building that was approved, if it gets built, is to the rear across the back of the parking lots, and it would connect with a plaza, an open plaza, to the existing building that Porcelli's is in. So there is a rendering and a plan. If you want, we can show it to you. There's more than just the concept that's been floating around online. There's more of a detailed plan where you can see the plaza idea and so forth. There is room there. It has been fully approved by the land use boards as far as I know. They may have to still do something with WPCA to finish that up, but when they're going to start on that, I don't know. I am pleased that they've taken the old vacant buildings to the front and the back down. I do think it opens up the plaza and shows the beginning steps of transformation. It is scheduled, and Rob can jump in here, for them to complete the plaza, the front area where they took down the old Starbucks, that piece. It is supposed to be finished this spring, where they install the grass and the park elements, if you will. And Rob helped design that with them, and it will have some Rob benches and plaza kind of pavers or whatever within it.
Yep.
So, and some plantings. So I think that that's important from the perspective that that whole area was so hardscaped and blocked off, and creating at least some sort of community space will start to change the way we look at that area. And I think it'll also be an asset to the businesses in that area and the folks traversing the sidewalk trail through there. As for Oxford Health Plan, that former property, which is 48 Monroe Turnpike, you are right. All of the appeals which held the project up for 5 years have been cleared. What had happened was, during that 5 years, the macroeconomics changed, right? Interest rates went up. We had COVID, and it put a damper on sort of certain types of settings for seniors, like independent living settings and assisted living and memory care for a few years. That seems to be coming back, but construction costs are up. So the project was, if you will, somewhat stalled because of those dynamics that I just explained. So in November, right before the holiday, I know I meet regularly with the developer owner, and he's a wonderful person, cares, wants this project moving, but he had to secure his financing. So in November, they secured their financing. They're working through some issues, and those have to do with design, engineering, other kinds of things, and their partnership agreements and that kind of thing. So that's where they are right now. We just spoke last week. I am hopeful that the project will get moving in 2025, and I can report down the line. I report into Vicky pretty regularly on the status of it too. So, I expect that we're going to have a sit-down meeting with them this spring to really go over the details and get moving. So, then I always say, well, I don't know if we're going into a recession or what's happening with the economy, but folks should know here that things that happen like that can stall economic development projects. I mean, Paul, you know this from your work. Interest rates go up a little bit, a project doesn't pencil. So, these are the things we're battling.
Thank you very much for the update.
Sure.
Nikki Satin?
Hi, thank you, Rena. Yep, Nikki Satin, Town Council, District 7. Rena, I'm just curious, where are we at in phase 2 of the mall briefly? And do you foresee us entering phase 3 this year?
So we just completed the comprehensive study that includes a lot of research, economic analytics, and a visioning for that area. That visioning doesn't mean things have to happen exactly like is on the visuals, but it's a concept that shows how much real estate and can be unlocked on the property for future development, and it also shows some things within the market that could be successful there. And then it makes recommendations of how to get there, how much infrastructure investment is required to unlock this real estate and this potential, how much regulatory change is required, and so forth. That is concluding. There is a community meeting on March 26th. In the evening, it is at the town council chamber there in town hall. It is not a hybrid meeting. There's a lot of detail. And so we're really encouraging folks to the degree they can to come out in person. We have held other Zoom meetings related to this, but we're doing an in-person meeting. So I hope some of you will attend. Phase 2 is sort of taking some of this to the marketplace. I have started that already, talking with people and letting them know the findings. I've sent it out to major healthcare providers. I have sent the study out to all of the owners. I've sent it out to people who have inquired about the potential for certain types of location or senior housing there. So far nothing has, hasn't been a bite. There are some things on that property in terms of the ownership that have to play out this year. But we're not looking at who owns or doesn't own pieces or parts of the mall. We're looking at the potential. And our job is to create a vision that can show potential and value into the future. As any changes come, whether it be ownership changes, tenant changes, that kind of thing, we have to show what the future holds for that property. And there is tremendous potential there. And I think that we're going to step all of that up once we get our regulations in place. So phase 3 would be, and I don't know what phase 3 would be, sort of physical change, I think, right? Is that, Nikki, what is there some kind of physical change or investment? I can't say that that's going to happen this year. It's going to take some time, but it could.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I think Paul Timpanelli has his hand up. I don't know.
Yes, good morning, Rita.
Sorry,
Paul
I
Timpanelli,
forgot to
Board of
unmute
Finance.
myself.
Let me start by again thanking you for all the good work you're doing. It's just tremendous to see the amount of activity that's going on and the way you manage that. Congratulations to you again. My question relates to the current mall ownership. Based upon the study that was just unveiled last week, which I think, by the way, is fabulous. It was a really well done document. What is the likelihood of the current mall ownership being willing and able to invest as a partner with the town to assure that series of recommendations is going to, in fact, move forward with some of their resources invested into it?
So that's, kind of the $20 million question now, the $150 million question.
$150 million question.
So the current mall owners, meaning the prominent mall owner, is Namdar. We also have Hudson Bay as an owner of some of the vertical space there, the Lord and Taylor area, and we have some other things owned separately. So in the document, it lays out the ownership and the situation. So, they have been at the table. The group that works with them on their development efforts has been at the table. some things have to play out with the mall ownership, meaning Namdar. And I don't know, I don't want to get into all of it here. I don't think it's proper for me to do that. But I can say that whatever way it goes, it will be a benefit to the town. There's a little bit of a log jam right now that's preventing, in my opinion, some investment in the near term that has to clear in order to promote investment over time. So I think more can be discussed about that in the coming weeks. I don't think it's for me to put, that out here. It relates to people's business relationships. So I just want to say that I know the situation. I understand it. I've been involved in conversations, and whichever way it goes, as has the first selectman. So whichever way it goes is a benefit to the town. Okay, and I'm sorry to be cryptic, but I don't think it's proper for me to get into the details here.
Good, thank you.
Mary Isaac. By the way, I'm sorry I was on mute. My dog Eddie is defending me from a squirrel. Very loud.
I'm doing blockage here with all three. Mary Isaac, Town Council. Rena, thank you. You're a workhorse. I don't know how you do it all and still smile and maintain, but everything you're doing is amazing. So thank you. But I wanted to ask the POCD when that is will be released. I know some people have been asking on the time frame, and I know there was a lot of work that was put into it along with the mall and everything else that's been going on. So I just wanted to see if there was a timing.
Rob is our lead staff on the POCD, but one thing I can say just to set the table, we asked last year, I want to say this time last year, maybe a little earlier, for an extension. And the reason we did that was because we really needed that POCD to be reflective of our goals for the mall area, and we were in process with all of that. So bringing those two kind of processes together so that they align is why largely we asked for some extra time. So Rob, I'll turn it over to you. You can talk about the timeline.
Yep. So we are working with Stantec. They've been a great partner. Most of the studies that we've done so far with the town have been through Stantec. Our IL2 study, our Long Hill Green study, our IL3 study, I think, and we did do a study for Trumbull Center. So this is an accumulation of all those studies. So we did take a look at our timetable, and we're hoping for a finalization in June. So we're going to be working pretty diligently as of right now because we have to meet 65-day review periods with the state. We have to go in front of, I believe, town council as well too, to adopt it. And I think we're looking at least two more, one public meeting and then one adoption meeting. So there's still a little bit of work to do, but I think we're almost at that point where we can get comfortable and start sharing a draft and start getting comments again from everybody.
Thank you. Sorry, I'd forgotten about the extension. Now that you say it, it's I remember. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for economic development? Arena, I just want to again say thank you. Things you didn't talk about, like the successful restaurant week and Trumbull Dollars, Main Street Dollars, great programs. I know that the businesses in town really did appreciate it. They were very busy during restaurant week, and I look forward to seeing those kinds of things again. So thank you.
Thank you. We try to make it better every year. And one thing I'll say is, a little pitch. If anybody knows anyone who would like to sponsor any of those things, please let us know. I want to thank Kathy McGann and her foundation was a sponsor for the Main Street Dollars again this year, and that really helps our businesses. So we appreciate that, Kath. And if anybody knows anybody else, please feel free to send them my way. It does get challenging raising the sponsorships every year. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we'll backtrack to planning and zoning on 133. Officially, good morning, Rob.
Morning. Thank you for skipping me. Of course, it's a family emergency every time something important like this happens.
We were actually running ahead of schedule, so you were plenty on time.
I don't want to be that bump in the road, so.
That's okay. How do you guys want to do planning and zoning? Do you want to do a quick overview and anything you want to highlight in that budget? Rob, Arena?
Oh, really, it's just status quo. Nothing really changing this year. We have been, like Rena said, there's a lot of things in the works. And you could tell with our planning and zoning agendas that with text amendments and zone changes that we're kind of getting to that point of physical development. So there's a lot of things in the works ready to go. I believe this spring is going to be very busy, all the way to the new year. So I know with our we've been really busy with our zoning enforcement, trying to get blight issues corrected as soon as possible. We have some commercial blight that we've been working hard to fix. So we've been very very busy in the office, especially springtime. Wintertime gets a little slow because the snow covers everything and it's nice. And then right when the snow melts, everything starts everything becomes visible again. So
Vin?
Thanks. Vinny DiGennaro, Board of Finance. Rob, one of the things you had in your goals and objectives is review all cell tower upgrades and installations in town and abutting areas. Could you talk about that? What are you doing?
yeah, so anytime Pira or there's a cell phone application, it gets sent to my office for review. Anything within the vicinity of a neighboring town like Bridgeport, if it's close enough, they send us a review to see if we're okay with the location. If we have any questions or comments. I think with the state, it's kind of very difficult to appeal it because they deem it as emergency services, any type of upgrade. We haven't really gotten any new cell towers, but they just do the upgrades now. So anytime there's an existing cell tower, they want to get another piece of hardware up there for, as technology advances, they need to keep upgrading. So we get a lot of those.
I'm going to say, if let's say a tower in Bridgeport cell overlaps into Trumbull, there's not much you can do about it other than have the carrier do something. But they don't do that. They basically extend it for the full cell. Okay, thank you.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Right. Any other questions for planning and zoning? I think the only reduction I saw in the budget was there's $1,500 for a certification that was already held in the spring. Is that correct?
Well, we're trying to we have one more certification. We're trying to get our other two clerks certified as well too, because there's a lot of other clerks within the state that are certified as well too, because they do almost, I don't want to say the exact same thing, but they help our CEO and myself with the application processes and timelines and everything like that. So I think getting certified really puts us at that really high level of professionalism in the town where, God forbid, any mistakes happen. We have less. The more certified we are, the less opportunities we are to make any mistakes.
Fun. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Rob or Rena? No, I don't see any other hands. Thank you both again for this morning and for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you later. We have our next department. We're going to go into public safety with animal control, the police department. We're running a few minutes ahead of schedule, which is the upside/downside to doing these meetings by Zoom. Does anybody need a quick break, or would we like to move on with another department with Maria? Don't everybody jump at once.
Take a break.
Puppy's still napping, so if we can wait just a little bit longer, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Break.
Rosemary?
Take a break.
Okay.
Break.
Let's take a 5-minute break. Then we'll come back and see where we are. I'll reach out to public safety departments and let them know we're running a little ahead of schedule if they'd like to join us. Okay. All right, we'll just see if everybody's coming back in. Chief Lombardo and Police Department are logging on, and they'll be with us just a minute or two. So if everybody makes their way back on.
Excuse me, Lainey, when would you like Andy Kingsbury to come for emergency management? I see Lynn Delabianca's on.
Yep.
Oh,
Well,
and
Megan,
Don Allen. Oh, and Chief Lombardo. So you're gonna do
we're gonna do the police department and animal control now. And then they're scheduled at 1 o'clock, and depending on how it goes, I'm fine if they want to do 12:30 instead. We'll move them up a little bit. It looks like we're gonna have a pretty good break in between.
Okay. Okay. So 12:30.
Yeah, let's plan on that. Good morning, Lynn.
Good morning.
All right, let's just see here. Hi, welcome back, everybody. We will look at the public safety portion of our day today. We'll go to animal control. Lynn Della Bianca is with us this morning. And we'll start with her department. I'm going back to our public safety. We're going to page 187 in your big books. All right. Lynn, you want to give us a quick overview and any areas of concern that you have?
Yes, so at this point, the first selectmen's pretty much everything that we asked for, which was very minimal, it was approved through her office. The only things we went up on just a little bit would be the overtime. Again, I usually go through my overtime every year because I'm the only full-timer, and when I have to cover for my other staff when they're not showing up or working after hours, which happens quite a bit, particularly in the summer. So we just upped it like $100 more, pretty minimal. And then the other thing that I did have to, a couple other things, was the program supplies. That obviously those increases for food and supplies for the shelter obviously have gone up a little bit. And again, it was just $100 increase. At some point, we may end up, not this year, but veterinary costs obviously are going up. The vet's office just upped some of the charges for us. They give us a pretty good discount, but they just told me that they're going to be upping that. That was unfortunately after I was putting the budget stuff in, but we usually try and be conservative with that. But the veterinary bills are going up as a lot of other things are. And I think the only other thing that we did increase was the professional in-service for training. We're mandated that we have to get 6 hours of continuing education after we are certified with the state. And normally we can cover that with a yearly annual conference, animal control conference, that will get us those hours. Their prices went up. It used to be like $75. This past year, I think we paid $130 or $150 to attend the conference, which is a day-long conference. Other training we have, we can get for free, sometimes online, sometimes through our association, we'll provide some free training. But in case both of us wanted to go to that training, I wanted to make sure it's covered so that we, are fulfilling that mandate of that training. And then everything else was, we didn't have anything for capital outlay this year that I had talked to. I have had conversations with Vicki, and then also had reached out to George. There was a couple things we had here that mechanical wise that are going to have to probably be looked at and replaced in the future. Last year, our kennel, the air conditioning in our kennel struggled a little bit with the hot weather we had. When we had those multiple 90-degree days, it kind of never went above where the animals were in any distress, but we did have a problem with that. And that is a unit that's an inside-outside unit and even the maintenance company said that one might need to be replaced. We only use that as for air conditioning in the summertime because in the wintertime we have a different heating system, for heating. So that's been working fine. And I'm just trying to see and then we also had an issue a couple months of sometime late last year where we had a power outage for a few hours and in the afternoon or later on in the day. And I noticed that our generator did not come on. So apparently that generator is a very old generator. And I know that they've worked on it several times. And last time the guy said to me, you know, it's a real old unit, it's getting harder and harder to fix. So I'm not even sure if it's even working now. I used to hear it go on when it would be self-testing itself. I haven't heard that in a while. So that again is another major expense that, you know, we're gonna be looking into at some point.
Okay.
So that's what I have.
Questions for Lynn? While I'm waiting for hands. Oh, there's Mary.
Of course, Mary Isaac Town Council, and I may have missed it before when you're talking about the AC, but did the OSHA issue, did the OSHA issues get resolved? I know that they were pending that Dimitri and the group thought they might be able to address themselves in-house, and I'm not sure if that was ever rectified.
As far as I know, most of the stuff got done. I think there was some training stuff and some labeling of containers that might still, I mean, I've labeled stuff, but apparently they didn't want it just written on it. They wanted an actual label on it. The big stuff was addressed. The trough that's in front of the kennels.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right. Yes, they put a and it's a very nice, it's heavy, it's a big metal thing, but they did put covers over that front trough. And then the other thing was the eye wash, which I already had an eye wash, but they said they needed a different type. So that was put in. And then fire extinguishers were updated. The one for the van, a new one was bought for that.
Super. Okay, thank you, Lynn.
Sure.
Paul?
Yes, Paul Tempelli, Board of Finance. Lynn, you mentioned the pending increase in veterinary fees to be charged in the coming fiscal year over what they currently are. What amount of dollars do you actually need to increase that budget to meet that likely increase?
Yeah, I don't really have that right now. And like I said, I'm going to work within what is being approved right now at this point. There's two different accounts. I have an account that's within this budget that we use for medical needs for the animals. Say we pick up a stray, something or other, and it needs, or an injured sick wildlife or something, whatever, that needs maybe just to be put down, or you know, something, if we can find out if it can be rehabbed. But mostly it's for animals that come in that might have some injuries. In a lot of cases, we're hoping that we can find the owner, and then the owner is going to assume that responsibility. But in some cases, not. And I usually am very conservative with what I do with that with that account. It's basically just getting the animal comfortable if need be. I also
So you're okay with the 8,500?
I think right now I will be for this year, but as I said, I was not aware when I was doing my budget this year when the vet's office said, you know, we're going to up. So they have upped their fees, and mostly that's going to be for spays and neuters, which I actually take out of a different account. So those are going to be, we try and get most animals that we can spayed and neutered, and some veterinary work done on them prior to them leaving our hands if they're getting adopted.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Other hands up? Lynn, it's Lainey McHugh. I just have a couple quick questions for you. What's your current shelter census like?
For as far as the animals go? Pretty good right now. Usually wintertime, it is a little quieter. I have right now 4 dogs, and we have like about 7 cats. And then still 2 rabbits from last year's thing that we had, with some rabbits that were dumped and some were pregnant and all that. So the population's down right now, but with spring coming and summer coming, we're going to start seeing it fill up again.
And if people are looking to adopt, is there like where can they find your census online so that they can?
We're on 2 different sites. I manage the petfinder.com site, which is really a nationwide site, but animals can, and that's under actually TAG, Trumbull Animal Group, but I maintain that site of updating the adoptable animals here. And then TAG also puts a lot of animals on their Facebook page as well.
Awesome. And is there a list if people wanted to make donations for things that you guys need that people can donate through TAG, things like linens or food, or do you prefer cash donations? What is it, and how's the best way to refer people?
The best way would be they can contact TAG. TAG actually on their website, Trumbull Animal Group, on their website, they put a Amazon wish list for us. So if people wanted to donate there, and mostly it's food stuff. We get a lot of donations of towels and blankets and things like that. People just call us all the time for that. We actually have quite a bit right now. But the TAG site, and certainly people can always call the shelter and find out what our needs would be. I'm looking for canned cat food, dog food, because we really have not spent any money on that. I can get a lot of donations on that. And then always kind of looking for cat litter. So when people want to donate, or a high school person or something wants to do a donation, run that for us. That's usually what we tell people to get for us.
Terrific. Thank you. And as always, just if anybody wants to come down and see the operation there, it's pretty amazing what you guys do on a very little budget.
Thank you.
Any other questions for animal control? All right. Thanks, Lynn. I appreciate you coming on early.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We're going to move on to Police Department. Chief Lombardo and his staff have joined us. I also see Megan Murphy, our fire marshal, has joined us. Aren't you supposed to be on vacation, Megan?
I am. So I apologize if my internet is a little shaky. I'm down in the Caribbean, so I'll do my best.
I think we should move the meeting. We should all go to where Megan is.
Lainey, I want you to know that there is someone down here who, if I thought it was you at first, and I'm like, this has to be her sister. Looks exactly like you.
All right, that's not me, and I'm not in the warm weather, but okay. Megan, I will try if you want to coordinate with Andrew to bring you before we go to the lunch break, so you don't have to stay on to do that. So we'll start with the police department now, and then I won't try to keep you all day. Okay.
You want to do emergency? Would it be okay to do emergency management, or because I know we take longer? Just so does she need Andy here?
I just want to be respectful of everybody's schedule. So whatever works best for you guys, I'll let you fight it out, and we'll be.
No, I just thought since she's on vacation, she could. It's up to Meg.
I would love to let you do that. How about that? Let's do emergency management first.
I can reach out to Andy because I told him 12:30.
That's fine.
It's fine.
I didn't realize Megan was coming on.
Okay.
Yeah, I just had them get on in case I couldn't get connection.
Excellent. All right, so let's go to emergency management services, page 225. Megan, you want to give us a quick overview? How do you want to work on this?
Sure. Do you want me to cover goals and objectives?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give us a quick overview, and then we'll move on to numbers.
Perfect. So as far as accomplishments last year, we had a great year. And many thanks of it goes to you all with ARPA funding and things of that nature. So the big thing is we were awarded a $25,000 grant. It was the EMPG pool grant that was used to enhance our EOC and also for training. We continue to plan for stranded guests, also migrant issues if we have any. We participate in the 5-year updates to the Natural Hazard Mitigation Plan and Plan of Conservation. We conducted tabletop exercises with both our Board of Education and our local town officials. We participated in the EPI exercise. And also we completed a lot of training that were new mandates by the federal government. So it was a busy year. It was a great year. Moving forward, looking forward to next year, we are working on closing out the FEMA declaration from the August 19th rainstorm that happened. We did sustain some damage that we've been working closely with FEMA to get that closed out and get money back to bring us back to how we were beforehand. We are going to be starting our biennial review of the local emergency operations plan. So for department heads, we'll be reaching out to you. We also have a bunch of tabletop drills coming up. Again, another one with the Board of Education. We'll also be participating in the EPI exercise this year. One big thing is we're working with the state to implement Crisis Track, which will help us track damages better and on a statewide scale for when we do have major storms come through. The implementation and installation of our lightning detection system will be concluded this spring, so it'll be perfect just in time for all the spring sports to start. And again, we continue to work with IT to continue to manage the ever threat that never seems to go away with cybersecurity. So that's pretty much where we are. There's a few other little things in there, but those are the big goals that we hope to hit this year, and I'm really confident that we're going to be able to hit them. As far as numbers go, I'm pleased to report we're staying flat. We're requesting a 0% increase. Even our service contracts, we were able to keep flat. So everything that, that we request on here is what we requested and what we received last year, and we're making it work, and we continue to plan on making it work for next year as well. If there's any specific line items you want me to address, I'm happy to do that.
Vin?
Vinny DeGennaro, Board of Finance. Megan, I know every year we talk about your mobile communications trailer. What kind of progress have you made with that? Have you been able to find any money for that, or grants or anything like that?
So this is our year where we are up on the 5-year capital plan to replace that trailer. Once money is approved for that, then we will be able to go and continue to find grants to hopefully finish it. Right now, it stays the way it is. Some of the equipment that we did purchase through the EOC grant that we were awarded is equipment that we will be able to use both in the EOC down at PD, and also if we ever had to go mobile, or if we did have to deploy the command post, we will be able to take some of that equipment and use it there. I did not do any permanent infrastructure improvements to the trailer because honestly, it's just not worth it. I would hate to spend more money on that and then have to lose that money and just have to repurchase stuff. So right now we're kind of in a holding pattern to see if we receive the money with the capital improvement plan for next year.
Thank you for the update.
Any other questions on emergency management? Mary?
Yeah, Mary Isaac, Town Council. Megan, just checking, is our only shelter that we have at this time the high school? As you know, as a designated shelter for inclement weather?
So the high school is our primary shelter. We also have a backup shelter at Madison Middle School. Depending upon the situation, if it was just something where we needed to house people for a night, say there was a fire where we had a significant number of people displaced where Red Cross really couldn't step in and help, which I really can't think of when that would be. But we do have cots over at the senior center where we can put people up there overnight. The problem there is there's just no showers. But if it was a one-night situation, I would hate to take down an entire school for sheltering. So we would just move to the senior center.
Is that the type thing that is, I'm not sure if that's being considered at the new senior center that's being proposed, that would be shelter ready if it does pass through as an alternative?
I had a meeting with Ms. Laura Hayes O'Brien, the chairwoman, and I expressed my concerns and asked her to please consider adding in some features that we would need to make that a shelter.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Okay, thank you.
Enjoy
your vacation.
Thank you.
Hi, Megan. Thank you for leaving vacation for us. I do want to just follow up on what Mary was asking. That's a great line of questioning there. So what features exactly did you request from when you spoke with Lori?
We would need some showers installed, not a lot of them, but we would need a couple showers installed both on male and female side. And then I requested a closet, a storage closet, nothing huge, but probably maybe 8 by 10. That we could store our supplies in, such as cots and paperwork and things of that nature that we would need.
Thank you.
Dave?
Dave Gallo, Board of Finance. So Megan, thank you for keeping us safe and for the great presentation. Sorry that it pulled you away from the pool or wherever else, but thanks for being here. As a member of the Senior Community Center Facilities Commission. I look forward to talking about this. We have a meeting actually tomorrow night. So I'd like to hear more about that, obviously. You mentioned a small number of showers. Do you think it's two or so on each side? Is that correct? Did I hear you correctly when you said that?
Yeah, that's all we would need. Because the building isn't that large, we wouldn't be able to house that many people there. And again, it would probably be to accommodate maybe 20 to 30 people. If we had anything larger than that, it would, we would have to open up one of the schools.
And you answered the question that I was going to ask. How many people did you think it was going to serve? Thank you so much.
Any other questions on emergency management? All right, that was pretty easy. Since we're running really quick, let's go to Fire Marshal on page 205. Want to give us the quick overview, Meg?
Sure. So we've been looking at data to try and identify fire trends and fire hazards to hopefully try and do more targeted public education. We've been working again closely with building owners and property developers because of the fact that there's the new regulation in place where for every so many parking spots, you now have to have electrical vehicle chargers. We've been really trying to find safe spots for these and working with our developers to put them. And again, because of your graciousness last year, we have started to implement our digital system software to be able to digitally produce our inspection reports where we can email them direct to the occupancies instead of having to come back, retype them up, and then send them out via certified mail, which is obviously extremely costly. So we are in the process of streamlining all that and finishing up those projects. Next year, we continue to implement digital tools, get increased community outreach, work more with our residents and our businesses, and really trying to push the education for fire prevention and just overall general safety. We continue to collaborate with other emergency services to make sure that we are ready to go as a town to respond to any type of emergency. And we also continue to work closely with the state fire marshal's office and fire and explosion investigation unit. And then also work with our schools to help develop fire safety evacuation plans and also relocation plans for those special needs students and students with disabilities. So as far as numbers go, there were 3 line items that were changed. We've increased our overtime from 18,000 to 25,000 simply because we are getting called out more, and due to the fact that we have just increased salaries, it makes overtime rate a little bit higher. But again, it's really because the town's growing, the town's busy, and unfortunately we keep getting called out after hours. The other thing that was changed was just the reduction in training. We've been really fortunate. I've been able to find grants to send our people to training on, so therefore saving the town some money. I'm okay with the decrease in the training budget. We'll give it a try, and hopefully I can continue to find grants to help support our training budget. And then the only other thing that was changed was I had requested $82,000 to replace our 2007 Ford Explorer. The vehicle is $56,000 and it's $26,000 to outfit the vehicle. I now have 4 vehicles three of 4 vehicles that have over 100,000 miles, and one is pushing close to 20 years old. I greatly appreciate the first selectman and what she tried to do and not cut everything on everybody and tried to give little pieces of the pie to everybody. Unfortunately, with the $45,000, it's not even enough money to purchase the vehicle. So again, I'm extremely grateful, and I don't want to sound like I'm not. But if I would need at least $56,000 to purchase the vehicle, and then possibly look outfitting it the following year. We are reusing some of the equipment. We're reusing all of the radios from the 2007 vehicle to put into the new vehicle. Unfortunately, the lights and the containers that we have in there that hold all of our gear and whatnot, it's different outfits. It doesn't transfer over. Many of the lights on the car that we're trying to get rid of are just, they're 20 years old. Half of them don't even work anymore. And also it's not in a position where it can be transferred over just because of changes in technology and whatnot. So again, I don't want to sound ungrateful for the $45,000 that the first selectman did issue. I greatly appreciate it and understand it. But unfortunately, I can't do anything with that. So otherwise, everything else pretty much stayed the same. I can answer any questions.
Any questions for Megan on the fire marshal's department? David?
Yeah, sorry if maybe I missed this, but you mentioned the 45,000 was given, you need 56 to purchase, and then you were talking all about the fit up, but didn't assign a number to that. What in your best guess is the fit out number for that vehicle?
26,000. So it's a total of 82,000.
Sorry if I missed it. Thank you.
No, it's fine. 82,000 would purchase the vehicle and the equipment. 56,000 is what I would need just to get the vehicle. And then, yeah, we wouldn't be able to transfer all the radios because there's a cost associated with even just doing that.
Nikki?
Hi, Nikki Satin, Town Council. Quick question on your grants for training historically. Where have those come from typically? Are they federal, state?
They're private industry. It's the Connecticut Fair Plan. They allow for $200 per individual in a department to be used for training. So one of our conferences that we go to costs us $250 per person. So we're able to use the fair plan to pay for the $200, and then it only costs the town $50 per person. And that's probably one of our biggest trainings all year that we do.
Okay, great. So there is a good opportunity for you to get that grant funding again, would you say?
It could be, as long as it doesn't get cut for some reason. But yes, I believe that it will be able to be used next year as well.
Great. Thank you.
Mrs. Tesoro.
Thank you. Meg, I appreciate your kind comments about the car. As you probably all know, this is not unusual. It's another very difficult budget year. So we have had to, remove some expenses from a lot of accounts. Unfortunately, I'd like to fund everything, but it's just not possible. But Maria, if you could just, the car would not be $82,000. We would, as we do with all our vehicles, cost that out over a 5-year period. So I just want to make it clear that the $82,000 was requested. That is for the cost of the automobile and the fit out, but that would be spread out over a 5-year period. But again, as Meg said so eloquently, we are trying our best to make sure we fund all our critical town services. And we did have obviously to make some adjustments to make sure that's done and cover costs that we have to obviously make. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Any other comments for the fire marshal's department?
Meg, will you need that car to get home? Does it go through water?
I may just stay down here.
I would tell you, based on yesterday, I would think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I heard. I've been on the phone all morning about it too, so.
Okay, but so I don't want you to think about that anymore. You need to have your vacation and relax.
I'm trying. It's just frustrating.
Yeah.
All right, Mary?
Yeah, Mary Isaac, Town Council. Just quickly, just to clarify, so when you're talking about the costs that are associated with the call out time, so it's not that there's an issue with the number of employees, it's really just the times when it's coming, unless Doug Bogan's son jumps in on his way home from plowing. But typically, so that's really what the issue is that it's more the timeframes when these are hitting.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of call outs we have had on Sundays over the past 6 months, which is, it's double time. It's been insane. I would say on average, people are getting called out 2 to 3 times a week after hours. And it's just, I would love for it to stop. I would love for people, if they're gonna have a fire in their house, if they could do it between 8 and 4, Monday through Friday, it'd be great. Unfortunately, it just does not seem to be happening that way.
Okay, moving on. We have one last thing for Megan. It's the Elaine Hammer special. We're gonna move on to fire hydrants. On page 213, 215, and it looks like the cost actually went down this year. The 2024 actual was 1,535, I'm sorry, 1,535,474, and we're budgeting for 1,396,941.
Sounds good. Maria gets the bill. I don't even see the bill.
Maria, we're good?
We're good. We calculated based on Aquarian's letter stating what the costs were. It looks like the W or A, and don't ask me what that means, but that rate went down 3.2%. But you know, Eversource is announcing a deal, so I don't know what's going to happen with that when they sell or someone acquires Aquarian. So
I'll take it for now. Anybody have any questions about fire hydrants or where that bill comes from? All right. Megan, oh, good morning, Andrew. I see you were on. You popped on while I was on the other screen. I just want to say thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to take care of that this morning. And I appreciate the flexibility on everybody else on the call to let you do that. Now go back and enjoy the beach.
Thank you. Thank you,
Well,
everybody.
We'll all be jealous.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, and now we're gonna turn our attentions to the police department. We'll start, hang on, I'm gonna flip back to my page number. Police department on page 167. Chief Lombardo is here with us this morning and he has his staff with us. I'll let them make their introductions to everyone and I'll do that. Also, thank you very much. As always, you guys are very well prepared and sent ahead your presentation and your information. We all received it last week. It was good to be able to look at it ahead of time. We'll let you run through. Chief, did you or your staff want to screen share anything this morning?
No, thank you.
All right, good. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? So there's a few things. I know somebody's going to ask about our staffing levels. We are still at a critical point. We have 73 officers on the department. I know of losing one in about 2 weeks to a retirement, and it's still a critical point. We're doing everything we can to recruit. We've reached out to variety of schools, colleges. We have somebody who just is, as part of his duties, is recruitment. He was on the phone with people today that haven't even applied, but just he's trying to get them to apply to our department as a kind of a reach out program that we've initiated. So we're doing all we can to bring people in. The sign-on bonus that has been in effect for a few years now really haven't picked up what I thought it would, and I think what probably most of us thought would. We have not garnered a lot of attention to that, where we've hired multiple officers to take advantage of that. And naturally, like any other facility that runs 24 hours a day or organization, we need to still allow people to have their time off. People still get sick, they get hurt. They have mandated training that they have to go to every beginning of the year. We have to do that. It's a full week training for we try to spread it out, probably a third of the department. So there's still all of those needs that we have to fulfill, regardless of how many people we have in a department. So for instance, this weekend we had to put in the patrol division, because we have a minimum staffing level. I think it was 14 people we had to order back on overtime to cover the shifts throughout the weekend. I believe yesterday it was, for the 3 shifts, it was 12 people we had to order in. And we just ordered this morning again too. So we do have a lot of people working double shifts. We hope that it does improve soon. We have 2 people that are graduating from the academy in about 2 weeks. And then they need a minimum of 12 weeks of field training before they can work by themselves. So I'm hoping by mid-July they can work by themselves. Tonight, we have a police commission meeting. We have 3 candidates that we're bringing forward to them that we are hopeful that the commission will hire, and they will go to the academy in early April for about 6 months of training there. And then, like I said a few minutes ago, 12 weeks of field training when they return. So we do have, it's a struggle for most departments, and we were already behind in the last few years anyway. So we're really trying to keep our head above water. And so naturally the overtime costs are more, and we're just putting a bigger strain on our officers, which I hate to do, because at times it just gets a little too much when you're ordering people to stay another 8 hours and work 16 and then come back 8 hours later, and sometimes do that again. So I'm not sure where you want to go from here. Obviously, our goals are to remain within the current budget that we're in today for the current year, and for next year, we want to continue to recruit well-qualified and diverse police officers to increase our staffing levels, maintain our police car fleet to a good level, and continue working towards the state accreditation, which the state has mandated us to do. Every police department in the state has to become fully accredited. There are 3 tiers within that program that the police academy in Meriden oversees, and they come out and they do assessments, and sometimes you pass, sometimes you don't. We did pass our tier 1 accreditation a couple of years ago, the first time around, but we have 2 more tiers to complete. Captain Allen, who is on this call right now, is actually our accreditation manager, and he's working on that as much as he can. So we hope to get tier 2 accreditation within the next year, and then full accreditation shortly after that. And continue to enhance and build upon our community policing programs if we're able to. And obviously that's been, I don't want to say reduced, but we've had a difficult time doing that because of the manpower situation. We have to, our first and basic and most critical role is covering patrol in the field 24 hours a day. That's our most basic police duty, and it's the largest duty that we need people for. It's the biggest division in any police department. So if there are any questions about anything I just discussed, I'd be happy to answer those.
Paul?
Yes, Paul Timpanelli, Board of Finance. Chief, good morning. Thank you again for your exceptional work on our behalf, and please continue to thank your team for us. We have an exceptional police force. You ought to be very proud.
You do.
I'm assuming you've anticipated this question, but have you had an opportunity to assess your own opinion about the impact of the implementation of the new police pension and your ability to recruit? What is the relationship between those 2 things now, as you understand it?
Some of our recruitment levels, the applications have come in slightly above what we were recruiting before. A few more people are applying each time we go around. We do recruitment throughout the year. It's not paused at any time like it had been perhaps 4 or 5 years ago, where we were better staffed. We didn't have to do it on such a regular basis. Initially, when we first implemented that, we did pick up several officers immediately after that. And, we just hope to continue to be able to do this. When I speak with other chiefs throughout the state, many of them are having the same problem. And when we used to get about 200 people that applied to the department on a regular basis, Now we're lucky if we get 25. So one of the course of actions that I asked the police commission to do, and they did approve it a few months ago, was remove the standard that they have to have 60 college credits, where certainly a high school diploma is fine. And at least it opens up a selection process of hopefully a few more people that will apply to the department.
Can you remind us what is the offering on the sign-on bonus?
It's $30,000 over a 4-year period.
30,000. Thank you.
Yep.
Is that just for lateral transfers or are those for new hires as well?
Lateral certified officers, yes.
Then?
Thank you. Vinny DeGennaro, Board of Finance. Chief, I echo what Paul said. Your team and your department does a great job to keep our town safe, and we do appreciate it.
Thank you.
I have a question on the capital outlay, and it's more a curiosity question. There's an $18,000 purchase of a laser scanning camera system for depiction of an accident or a crime scene. Could you tell me a little more about how that's used and what is that information that's stored for a while or whatever? Just want to understand what it is. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Lieutenant Falkenstein speak to that. It was something he worked on coming up with the figure for that, and he can get into detail if you'd like. Brian?
Sure. Good morning, Brian Falkenstein, a lieutenant with the Trumbull Police Department. That system, the Faro, is an LED and a 3-definition camera that helps preserve a scene for accident reconstruction and also crime scenes. So if you can envision to a certain extent a camera that you could place in the middle of an intersection or say a room in a residence, it would take this perfect picture of it accurately and take all the measurements out of the equation for the officers or accident reconstructionists to have to place anything there. One of the issues that arises right now is we don't have any of those capabilities. So in order, either we're asking for assistance from other towns, and this is the same system that other towns use. We have to wait for them to get there, so it takes longer to hold on to that scene. Specifically more for traffic accidents, we have to close down an intersection for a longer period of time. And then being able to recreate and go back and even potentially look for evidence or skid marks, the variety of different evidence that exists at these two different types of scenes becomes a little bit harder without having a piece of gear or this technology that is available now. Listening to their presentations and what it does and what we've seen it do with other agencies is absolutely amazing. And it'll be a huge asset to the department as far as expediting that process also when we do have to go to these different situations. Not only does it do it in these more critical areas with a serious accident or a crime scene, it can also be used for more mundane things also, which will allow the officers to train with it a little bit more. So as you can imagine, we take thousands of accident reports a year at some busier intersections. Right now, an officer has to kind of draw their own diagram for those, for the report that they have to do. What we envision over time is that they'll be able to map a lot of these bigger intersections. So all they have to do is kind of place the vehicles into this diagram to give that illustration that corresponds with the report that they write. Again, we've seen a lot of success with other departments with this, and we look forward and have that hope that we get to bring that on board here. The salespeople told me that it has about a shelf life, the hardware portion of it, of about 10 years. There is some annual upkeep in the upcoming years for this stuff as far as calibrating the machine and the cameras. But the hardware portion is about 10 years, and then actually maintaining the software or the data that we get from these cameras and lasers that we hold on to for as long as we want.
Yeah, I was going to say that there's a storage requirement, and I know that sometimes you guys are tasked with storage issues that you need enough, and I'm sure Chief Burns has known that story a long time ago, but we always need storage. I just think it's fascinating that you can go and use this thing. I can imagine going to an accident scene, standing on a corner and just recreating everything. It would facilitate all the reporting and the distances and things like that. So it sounds pretty impressive. Thanks for
It
the
is.
update.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mary?
Mary Isaac, Town Council. Chief, I know you were talking at one of your recent meetings with the commission about the change in the sick leave policy. And I don't know if you've had to factor any of that in, or is it year one, you're going to kind of wait and see and you'll see how it plays out and hope that no one knows, or that, people just, don't avail themselves as much as they potentially could, and then see how it works out year one, or what the plan is.
Well, we don't have much of a choice because it's a state law. We have had some officers that have had to leave mid-shift for appointments and other things that they need to do. So that's again one of those other things that I had mentioned earlier about sick time, vacation time, all those things. And for a public safety agency and other agencies also, but strictly talking from a law enforcement standpoint, we need to have a minimum amount of people in the field all the time. And if somebody, I don't want to say takes advantage of it, but if somebody needs that benefit and they leave mid-shift, then we have to scramble to try to bring somebody in to cover that shift while they're out. And that's a 4-hour minimum requirement of that they would get for overtime. So one, we'd have to try to find a person to work while we run short. And two, if the person's just out for an hour or 2 hours, we're paying somebody 4 hours at a time and a half rate to come in and work. And plus the fact that we also have to allow them time to drive here, get, whatever they might be doing, come out of, if they're home and get ready for work. So it's going to be a difficult thing if it stays the way it is. I do know that CCM has been there's been a lot of discussion, and Tom McCarthy can probably address this a lot better than I can, but there's been a lot of discussion and pushback from municipalities, not just from a law enforcement standpoint, from fire, EMS, school systems, that it really makes things difficult to manage. It can be a pretty I don't want to say damaging because that's not the right word, but it can affect and be a significant issue for us.
Yeah, the Board of Ed had alluded to that as well. So
Yeah.
from your end especially, it's different. It's hard enough to get a teacher,
Yeah.
but very different with police. So
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nikki?
Hi, Chief. Thank you. And I echo everybody commending your department and the work you all do. I do see, I'm looking at the list here and I'm looking at larceny, which is double last year's numbers. So I'm wondering what you can cite in your budget specifically that's addressing the mitigation. Maybe you could speak to that a little bit.
How we try to mitigate that and reduce it?
Yeah,
Okay.
and maybe why such a dramatic spike from last year.
A lot of these larcenies are from some of our big shopping centers. And some of the mitigation we had actually put in place a few years ago, where we received a grant to hire somebody for the first time ever that worked full-time at the Trumbull Mall. And that's all he did, was he communicated with and worked with the businesses, the retailers there, the owners of the mall, the managers of the mall. And we really saw a significant impact, at least temporarily, while he was there, because he was able to address things and he was able to know more of what was going on, knows more, got involved with more of the people who are part of really organized rings that do retail theft, and identify them, put out information about who they might be, what they might be driving. It was really something that was going to, I think, really take hold and help not only the businesses and the mall out, but also help us out. So he was able to respond to these calls and continue to work on them and be more proactive than somebody who might just be in that patrol for that day. So that was something we had actually put in place. It was working, but then we ran into manpower shortages, and it really started to cripple most of our specialty assignments that we have throughout the department. And we had to pull the person and put him in patrol. So that was probably the biggest, one of the biggest impacts that I think we were really in a good place with at that time. He was always a presence because, as you probably know, we have a police substation there, and we've had that for about 10 years running now, and it's been really good. We're able to process people there. We're able to take statements from victims there or witnesses there, not have them come to the police department for things. It's private. They can write reports there, and he was there. It was a presence. It was really good. So that was probably the biggest impact. We also have a community services unit that we put out periodically to saturate certain areas that might be problems, whether it is a shopping retail center, it could be traffic issues where we want to saturate a specific area where we've had accidents, or we've had complaints from residents that speeding cars, loud cars, whatever it might be, where we can go in and just saturate that area in specific timeframes when these things may be occurring, to try to bring down the if it's reckless driving or recklessness or speeding or whatever it might be. So we created that unit about, I'd say, at least 5 years ago, 6, 7 years ago, and they've been a really big help to us. But again, you need people to do it. So we put them out instead of 4 at times. We are sometimes put them out at 2 at a time, and that's what they'll do, and they'll help. For instance, if it's one of our large shopping areas, whether it's Holly Lane or the Trumbull Mall or someplace else, they're a presence, they're visible. That in and of itself deters crime. Just the presence of a marked police car or police officers in uniform is an automatic deterrent, where people are going to think twice about committing a crime or doing something wrong, because it's human nature that certainly if somebody's going to do something that they shouldn't be doing, if they see a police officer, in most cases, they will not do that. So we've done that. We've initiated what I call walk-in talks, where the officers periodically through their outdoor shifts are mandated to get out of the car and do a walk and talk, walk through the mall, talk to the retailers, talk to the business owners, see what their issues may be. How can we help them? How can we be proactive if they have certain things that we can, quality of life issues that we can work on and help them with, and make it a better place for them to run their business, and hopefully reduce some of those quality of life issues and reduce crime. And then again, we're helping them, but we're also presence in uniform. So we've done that. We do that not only in the retail areas, but they do that in every school in town. Every day school is open. We do have our SROs, but aside from that, we also have the officers in whatever patrol sector they're in for that shift. If the school is open, they have to get out and do walk and talks there also. And that's at random times. So randomly, there's a marked police car there. So that is a deterrent as well.
So do you feel that you're going to see these numbers in efforts that you're making with this upcoming budget? Do you feel that those numbers, do you feel optimistic that those numbers are going to decline regarding larceny?
I hope so. I certainly can't guarantee anything. We may even see in some areas, maybe not necessarily larcenies, an uptick in certain arrests occurring, because if we're out there and we're apprehending people or stopping people and doing more tickets, initially we may see an uptick in some of those areas, just because we are dedicated people to specific crimes or specific traffic violations. I don't know. And also, I think the economy drives some of these numbers also. So if we do have a downturn in the economy, there's always that possibility that people will be in the position of having to commit more theft in some cases. It's kind of hard to quantify that part of it, of the equation, but that's why we've tried to redirect people to really saturate some of these areas and be a presence and try to let people know that we're there. And it's kind of what's called an omnipresence, where you don't know when, but it just leads people to think that the police are always there, wherever they are, which obviously they're not.
Right. And last question for you. Thank you. domestic violence, is that typically like a frequent flyer issue? I mean, when you see those numbers go up, are some of these, happening over and over again, or would you
Some-
say?
Yeah, definitely some are 100%,
Yeah.
but there are some that I can think of that we go to repeatedly. And that's something that our social workers really, really try to work hard with some of these families or individuals. Because as you probably know, some domestic violence calls are because of difficulty that, could be a mental health issue, could be a substance abuse issue. It could be a variety of things. And she's been a tremendous help to us and the town with being able to actually act as a case manager for people to get them into services that they might need as an outpatient or even an inpatient cases where she can get them help, but then she can also not follow them, but be a case manager for them and help them as they move through, whether it's therapy or some type of substance issue or whatever it is. Domestic violence, as you can see, the last few years has been a bit of an uptick, not much between 22 and 23, but that was definitely an increase from 21. And then
Right.
again, in 2024, we had about another 35 or so than we did the prior year, but some of them are repeat calls. Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for this department? I do want to acknowledge that I think I speak for everybody that we remain committed to making sure that you're able to hire to full capacity. That there are, if you look at the budget, there are reductions in the salary line items that correlate to our best guess to when those positions would be filled and needing the salaries. But if you were lucky enough to find people for all of those positions tomorrow, we would make adjustments as moving forward. And I hope that you feel supported and that we've made that commitment in the past and that we're prepared to do that again. We don't want people to think that we're just taking money out of the budget to not have people in place.
Yeah, no, I understand the reason for that. And the first selectman has made that very clear to me as well. So I do appreciate that.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that there'll be a windfall this year and you'll be able to fill some positions.
I would like that.
Yeah. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning. Sorry for being late.
That's okay. Everybody good?
I think Rosemary Seaman has her hand.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you, Rosemary Seaman, Board of Finance. Lainey, you reminded me of a question that came during your presentation, Chief. What you said we're at a critical level for staffing. What would get us out of that? Well, how many more would you need to hire if you could?
Oh, I'd like to hire another 10, but I think if we get up to close to 80, upper 70s, that puts us in a much better place. It helps reduce the amount of doubles that people have to work. It also will probably, in most cases, allow us to initiate or reinitiate, I guess, re-implement some of our specialty positions that we have throughout the department, like that mall officer that I talked about.
Right.
Another SRO, because we're still short one. And I will be honest with you, I had a meeting with some Board of Education last week, and we discussed how difficult it is for us to have that second SRO back in the school. And I just, as much as I'd like to, and nobody wants to hear this, we're like, it's difficult having him there. I can tell you that. It was really a push to get him in there, and it's certainly created overtime and more of a burden on some of our shifts because he's just not in the field doing patrol work. But we also recognize that we really want to try to get our SROs back in position as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
Scott?
Scott Zimmer, Board of Finance. And I will say I apologize if this was already discussed as I was tardy to the meeting today. I know that the requirements for police officers has been brought back down to match some of our neighboring towns, no longer needing a college degree. Have we seen any, and I'm sure I know the answer, but have we seen any more applicants that are qualified with the lower reduction, or have we not even issued a test yet to see if we're able to widen that pool?
I think that, and Lieutenant Falkenstein can answer this, but I think the last test we gave did allow for people without the college. Is that correct, Brian?
Yes. So we already had a process or an applicant pool that went through this last one they're currently going to be presented this evening to the police commission. But that group of applicants were privy to that new adjustment in our hiring standards. I think we need to differentiate though between minimizing or lowering our standards as far as looking at an applicant and what we actually use for hiring standards. Those we haven't adjusted. And I think, the consensus between the folks of us from the police department that are on board here and within the four walls of the department all feel very strongly about that. This is about opening the applicant pool to see if there is other qualified folks that don't have 60 college credits or, potentially 4 years of active duty experience. So this way we get a look at someone and maybe find that diamond in a rough that may turn out to be an awesome or great cop. In this last process and the one that we're currently kind of in for the next set of oral exams that we'll do, there's definitely a huge uptick in that pool of people that have been applying to the department to previous years.
And don't get me wrong, I wasn't indicating that we were like lowering our standards. It was just, to me, for a lot of positions, a college degree is a piece of paper that doesn't actually show your aptitude or your quality as far as a police officer or many other jobs. It's just a requirement, and I don't think it was necessarily needed.
Sure.
So I appreciate that. I like hearing that there's an uptick in hopefully qualified applicants. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that again. We feel strongly about who we take in here and their capabilities as far as making a good Trumbull police officer and our expectations too.
Any other questions about staffing, about any of the requests? As always, thank you for joining us.
Can I just, I'd like to raise one area of the budget, some reduction in the uniform allowance account, which I think is on your page 175.
Mhm.
And I will ask Brian Falkenstein to speak to this as well.
Yeah, this one is again, Brian Falkenstein, Lieutenant with the Trumbull Police Department. A little bit concerning to us because we typically expend everything that's in that account year in and year out. We don't anticipate hiring 9 that's indicated in there over the course of this next fiscal year, but we are going to hire obviously several officers, and the expense of that is quite high. But that's not the only thing that account is used for. Currently, we still have a quartermaster system, and when Chief Lombardo came on board, we did get new uniforms. So the last couple of years, the upkeep and replacing a lot of those items, and that's what a quartermaster system is when an officer needs a new piece of gear, they go to the sergeant currently that's in charge of that and request that new piece of gear because of wear and tear and all the above that may happen out in the field. Boots are included in that. And another big one that's included in that is obviously body armor too. That has about a 5-year, it does have a 5-year shelf life. And then it's recommended by the vendor that needs to be replaced. That comes at about a $1,300 price tag per vest that's fitted for each officer that needs to be replaced during that 5-year cycle. The town does take part in a little bit of recouping some of that money, but it does take some time to get that money back. Also, the money that comes out of that count is for some of our personnel that work in plain clothes, there is a uniform allotment or allowance of 675, and we have about 12 officers that take part in that. So that money typically goes through very, very quickly, especially when we're in this process of continually hiring and upfitting new officers too. So that cut of about $27,000 is quite drastic for us.
Comments or questions? Okay. We'll definitely take a look at that line item. Thank you for bringing it up to us. Any other questions for Chief Lombardo or Lieutenant Falkenstein? I see Assistant Chief Burns is with us as well. If not, thank you guys. I really appreciate your flexibility and as always, the thorough presentation and information. If we have any follow-ups, I'll make sure to get them to you.
Yeah, if there's any follow-ups, just email me and I'll be happy to respond.
Will do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Currently, it is 11 o'clock and we are a bit ahead of schedule again, which is awesome. I know that Tom McCarthy will be joining us at 11:30. It's about just about 10 after 11 now. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? We'll come back and we'll move on to human resources and technology before lunch, and then we'll figure out what our afternoon looks like. Is that good with everyone? All right, see you in 10 minutes.
Hey, Laney, can you hear me?
Scott, I can hear you.
Thank you. And she looks like she's talking, but I'm not sure if she knows she's not talking to anyone.
Oh, there I am. No, I was actually in the middle of trying to text everybody to find out how we want to handle this afternoon. We have we'll be coming back on in a moment. We have HR and technology, which are ready to go. And then we can either take a lunch break or we can see if the other departments want to move up and work through and be done earlier. It's up to everybody how you'd like to handle that.
Yeah, that's up to you, Laney. I'm perfectly happy doing that. But it just matters from scheduling on their part.
Yeah, that's what Cindy is checking with the departments to see what will work.
If they can get everybody in here, I certainly would love to be done a little bit earlier just to be able to get to work at some point.
Yeah.
I will say my vote matters little. I was gone all morning, and I do have to run out at 12:30 to about 1:30, which I was planning on doing before I was planning on not being here all morning.
Is your daughter
so
okay?
I will have to watch, fully later anyways, but so don't take my vote for anything. I will be stepping away again for a little bit.
That's okay. Is your daughter okay?
She is. It's an unknown. There's like a little bone. It might be a fracture. It might not. She's
Oh, no.
in a boot. She's in a boot for a week. It's, I don't know. It's her yearly thing, right? Last year it was a break, so I'm going to take it that this year's, that's better.
All right.
I don't know. Gymnastics on growing bones, probably not a good idea.
Yeah, that's always tough. My niece has back issues that they've kind of whittled their way back to gymnastics.
I'm sure. I mean, it's a lot of force coming down on bones that are growing.
That's right.
The good news is they're still pretty elastic, so.
They are. They'll just get old and feel like me. So.
And me. and everybody, Scott. I don't think that's.
So they're getting there anyways, right? I guess.
Yeah, they're gonna make it. Might as well have fun while you're doing it.
Okay, I think our decision will be based on what the departments are available to do then, and then we'll go from there. Is everybody coming back? If you could just kind of poke on and let me know you're ready to go.
Yep.
I don't know if we're getting more efficient as we've done this over the years, or if it's the Zoom format, but I feel like we're covering a lot of ground. We're getting good information. But I just remember it being like 8:30 to, we were there 5:30, late in the day.
I will say I think it is more efficient on Zoom only because the next people can jump in instead of it's like, okay, we called them, they're down at their office, they'll be up in 15 minutes, right? And you take 15 minutes between every time, you're no longer ahead of schedule.
Yeah, well, I feel like we're being very efficient but thorough. So far so good.
I'm going to say great department head speeding us through. Did I get any kudos from anybody? No.
Oh, it's been good. And their flexibility is very much appreciated.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody back? Wait, just give Maria a minute. There's Maria. And then Tom McCarthy will be joining us in just a couple minutes. While I'll take this opportunity while we're waiting though, just to kind of review stuff from the morning. I want to make sure that I have all of the requests for follow-up that I'll send an email. I know Maria was also taking notes. I think we wanted a little bit of information in the tax assessor's office that we were going to follow up with. We seem to cover Conservation Commission pretty thoroughly. Maria took us through employee benefits, and that we were going to talk a little bit about KERMA with Tom McCarthy. The tax collector was concerned about a reduction in postage. We'll look at that a little bit more closely, make sure we're good there. And Paul, you asked for an actuarial update on fringe benefits. Can you just clarify so I know what I'm asking for? When we were talking about employee benefits?
Morning?
Yes, this morning.
I wrote it down,
Wasn't
Lainey.
my
As
ask.
Okay.
Has to do with the actuary evaluation. I think he wants to know what the funding rate for the other towns in the area or the other in
Oh,
the
right,
state.
correct. Yes.
Funding rate for surrounding towns. Okay, I missed half of that, so I wanted to make sure. Thank you for writing it down, Maria.
Yes, thank you.
I always say that at work, Paul. If I say something, I'm like, did anybody write that down? It sounded smart. Can I be done for the day?
Should have been me.
All right.
I haven't had the opportunity to say that recently, Lainey.
Nope, no, I have not.
I'm saying me.
Oh, no, I'm in the same boat. It's okay. I'm being well protected from squirrels in the yard today. It's very awesome. Did I miss anything else that we were looking for? Economic development, I think that was very thorough. Phyllis, if you're listening, I just wanted to note that Ann Slather joined us at 9:30 or 9:20, and Mr. Foreman came on at 9:30 for a bit. So you have them on the attendance for Town Council Finance Committee. I don't see Mr. Foreman anymore, but he was on for a while.
Excuse me, Lainey,
Yeah,
do you know what time we want to move the afternoon people up to? Do people want to take a lunch break or try and just power through?
if they're available to power through and they can do that, I don't think that there's enough to push off, but it's depending on what's convenient for them. If they can come on before then, it would be better for everybody to get it over with, I think.
Okay, so we're gonna do, Tom McCarthy's coming on now or soon,
Yep.
and then we have IT. And so if I can get nursing, if I can get Lynn Steinbrück at 12:30, does
Okay.
that seem right? Or,
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
okay. And then Anthony Musto,
If Anthony's not able to move up, if it conflicts with his schedule, we can push him till next week if he would prefer.
okay,
Because really the only line item in his budget is the salary that's associated with town treasurer. If he'd like to wait till next week, whatever works for him. I don't know if
Okay.
he's in court today or not.
okay. And then I'll reach out to the town attorneys, library, and Dan Newman and see if I can move them all up commensurately then.
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right. In the police department, I think the only follow-up we need to look back at is the uniform account and the adjustments there. Vin, did you get all the information you wanted on the laser camera system?
Well said, thank you.
Okay. And did I miss anybody else's request for additional information? I'd also like to follow up with Board of Ed. I have some notes that were sent to me by email, and I'll be sending them an email tomorrow for additional information that was asked for. Did anybody have anything further that I wasn't aware of that you'd like followed up with? Any additional questions?
I know it was discussed on the call, but them coming up with accurate numbers for their employees that they'd have to cut for actual cost per employee.
Actual cost per employee. Oh, so how they
Right, because they had listed at 80,000, but that didn't even include all benefits, and they said they've been using it for years, which means just calculating benefits that puts that number over 100,000, so that 17 employees should be dropping dramatically. Not saying I want to cut employees. I'm just saying at least let's understand their numbers accurately.
Scott, refined numbers for FTE equivalents. Does that sound right? In budget.
Sure, that works.
And they had in the past put in where they would let us know the number of employees per role. And we know that sometimes they get reallocated, or just recently they said they had to move, one from another. I can't remember the proper wording, but they shift that around. So if we do know between the full part-time and the subs, what those actual numbers are for the current budget, because I know they're basing their budget year to year off what their proposal was, and it seems that account, tends to overrun a bit.
Okay, I'll definitely follow up with that, and also just be aware that the numbers for the state partnership plan came out yesterday, so that's not figured into what we had discussed when we met with them last week. I did talk to Dr. Semmel, exchanged emails with him this week. I don't think we need another full meeting with them, so I'd like to follow up our questions by email, and then if we need to via Zoom with Dr. Semmel, I could even see if we can make that happen next week while we're on our budget hearing. So if there's anything that needs to be clarified. Did I miss anything else? Okay, we're just waiting for Tom McCarthy to pop on. All right. Okay. Cindy or Maria, I saw that you just said that we're going to take a quick lunch break from 12 to 12:30, and then we'll finish with the afternoon. Okay. All right, in preparation, let's go to the HR department. And
103.
thank you. Maria just sent me an updated list. It's my technological deficiency that I couldn't get the email up fast enough. Scott, I know that you had asked Maria for data on the supplementals for the last few years and the total for this year.
It was supplementals, how much we budgeted each year for use out of the general fund, and how much it was supplementals, how much we used budgeted out of the general fund, and subsequently how much we actually ended up using.
Scott, we are working on that schedule, as I told you Friday.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we don't have a payroll person or a staff accountant, so we're kind of.
No, I know.
Yeah, we'll get it to you.
Yeah, no, I'm just making sure my list is set.
Yeah.
I wasn't suggesting you have it immediately. And I did want to note, though, the supplementals for the current year were higher than usual, but they were the stuff that we moved out of bonding and chose to pay for out of supplemental. So that will skew this current year. And we had one large settlement that had to be paid out.
So in fairness, I asked, just so everyone knows, I asked Maria for the last 10 years. And I did that because obviously this budget shows that we're looking to use general fund money. As I think everyone knows, I'm fundamentally against that. However, I asked for the last 10 years because I didn't want it to appear or for the data to skew that I was looking after our current first selectman. It was that I wanted to see, because I don't believe we've used that money every year, which means we may have areas of the budget that we should be looking at a little bit harder to not use it and be able to budget differently. I'm not sure of the answer. I'm not sure of the outcome, but that's why I asked for the numbers.
Okay, that's fair.
And Scott, if I could just say, I appreciate that, of course, that we're also dealing with an issue this year with our grand list that we have never had before, or at least since I've been first selectman, where our growth, our 1% growth was actually diminished by our tax appeals. So we had literally a loss in our grand list, our tax appeals, and the impact of the motor vehicle revaluation as well, which we can talk about at some other point. But that's why the general fund came more into play this year, because of the issue with the general fund, which is totally out of our control. Out of our control.
I can appreciate that.
Also, we had the year with COVID and all those fun things. All right. Hi, Tom. Tom McCarthy, Director of Human Resources and all-around good guy, has joined us.
Hey, everybody.
How are you, Tom?
Well, you guys are rocketing through this, huh?
Well, we were trying to figure out if we missed anything, if we were just being efficient. We've decided we're just efficient and that the department heads are really well prepared this year. Do you want to meet us on your budget over here? We're on page 107. I'm sorry, 105?
Yeah, do you want me to do a little?
Yes, please.
A little, what do you want? Tell me how you want to do it.
Yeah, give us a little overview and then let's talk numbers.
Okay. This year we had a number of collective bargaining agreements that were open that we have worked through. We had two kind of odd situations pop up. One of them in the collective bargaining world. One of them was the EMS department. The full-timers in EMS went and they petitioned and created a bargaining unit for the first time. So we have an additional bargaining unit. We are in the process currently right now of negotiating with them to create a contract. It's a long process, and it requires us literally to start from scratch because there was no process, but there was no contract before this. So we have been doing that for a very long time, and we're moving, but we still have a fair amount of time to go on that. So we have EMS is currently in negotiations on a brand new contract. The DPW, the highway bargaining unit, so the non-supervisors in DPW, they had an election that essentially replaced their old bargaining unit with a new bargaining unit. So that was a bit of a difficulty because it happened mid negotiations on our last contract. When I say mid, I really mean at the end. We had a tentative agreement with the old bargaining unit, and then they voted to replace that with a new bargaining unit. And so that led to a significant amount of legal back and forth with them of what that means. And I'll be very honest with you, I had never in my long, lengthy career ever had that happen. I've had replacement unions, parents replaced, but I never had one that was happened after we had a TA in a contract. So we worked through that though. We started down the road of doing the legal process, and then we decided it was a couple of years in the hole for these employees, and they had not received raises, and none of us thought that was fair. And so we just did an agreement to kind of essentially accept what was agreed to before with the new union, with a few small changes. And now as part of this agreement, we agreed that we would reopen the contract and start again this year. So we actually just this week had our first opening session, what we call a bump and run. What it really was is finding dates for the actual negotiations. So we just closed DPW, and we're so close to this one that I have next to me the actual contract that still has a few typos that have been corrected on it from the old version, but we're already starting negotiation on the next version. So this coming year, We will continue with the EMS negotiations. We will have the DPW non-supervisor negotiations, and then we will also have the police negotiations are up this year. Because remember, we did 1-year extensions and 2 years in a row, and including the pension issue. Now we are fully open with the police union. And guess what? The police union just this week, they filed a few weeks ago, they took a vote to throw their parent union out. So they want to replace their parent union. And so there was a back and forth with the state on that for a little bit that we kind of are bystanders on as a town. But that now, as of yesterday, the current parent union has agreed to step away and give the union to the other union. So we're actually doing we're doing legal contracts right now that are being passed around by the state. They're not done yet, but we expect it to be done by Thursday. And so on Thursday, we expect that there will be a brand new union representing the police union. So a lot of juggling going on, but here we are. And so that's where we are. So we'll have 3 contracts open. Those are going to be some significant. I mean, these are the tougher ones. So I'll be reporting back as we go through with our progress. Any questions on the labor stuff?
That sounds really complicated.
I can go. I mean, I'm sorry. I kind of rushed through it, but if you want me to, I can go into detail. I can explain anything you want. The bottom line is that this, just to be very clear, none of this has anything to do with us. You know what I mean? Like all these changes, this and that, this is all about how the unions are operated internally. And the law actually is very clear. We are not allowed to get involved, meaning the town is not allowed by law to get involved in intra-union politics, meaning that their own internal battles. So this is not our battle, it's not our fight. We have nothing to do with it. I need to sign off on a lot of different things, but I don't have a lot to say about it. You know what I mean? I see Paul has his hand up. I don't know if we want to.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, Tom, Paul Tomadelli, Board of Finance. Based upon the new EMS bargaining unit venture, how many bargaining units do you now have in your management portfolio?
I think we have 7 now.
7, is it?
Yeah, I think Parks 4. We had police. No, maybe it's 6. I'm sorry, it's 6.
6.
Yeah,
6, including EMS.
Including EMS, yeah. So we're in the weird world right now where they are now bargaining unit members. They're represented, but we don't have a contract. It is a weird world. So we're hoping nothing happens.
In many ways.
Yes, until we figure it out. But it's a small number. It's only the full timers. So remember, EMS there's a lot of per diem folks at EMS, right? They run a lot on per diem. And it's only the full timers that are not leadership. So the chief, the deputy chief, and the 2 captains are not part of this bargaining unit. It is the full-time paramedics and the full-time EMTs. That's what this is. The good news is that, honestly, by having the union for the full-timers, it actually makes it more attractive for other paramedics. Like Stratford has a union and has for a long time, but a lot of the folks didn't want to come over to Trumbull based on the fact that they didn't have the union protections here. And this would actually open up. This is not a bad thing for the town, in my opinion. It creates a little more work for me, but in the long run, this actually makes it more attractive to come to our town. And the EMS world is extremely competitive in terms of hiring, extremely.
Go ahead, Mary.
Mary Isaac, Town Council. I'm breaking the Mark Mascola rule because this is very tiny. But for the legal notices, 545501 for advertising, I know we had increased it last year and perhaps even the year before. I believe it had gone up, especially for police recruitment. And so that was one of the concerns. It doesn't seem that it still was being actively used, which is why it has been reduced for historical, I believe. So one question, I may have missed it with the police. Again, I'm I'm just saying time here, so I'm missing things, but are the police increasing their own efforts at trying to recruit? I know they're obviously going through many different ways. We discussed all of those, but for actively putting in for the advertising portion, is that coming somewhere from their budget more so than from the human resource budget, or did I miss something?
So it's a little bit of all those things, right? So the line you're referencing is the smaller line that we use when we post specific jobs. That is really not a police line. That is for, the magic tax assessor, or if we have a major job like that and we want to go a higher level, like, we'll post in certain, the Tax Assessors Association, and they'll charge you like 150, 200 bucks to post there. That's that world. It is not that's the line you're referencing. And we reserve that line only for the larger stuff. We have NeoGov that we use right now that does advertising and stuff for us. And we have a plan with them. And last year, as part of the increase in the recruitment, you guys gave us more money to test out the police and other things, and we did that. I'm going to be very honest with you. The police, we thought, was helpful in terms of what we did with They Post Through Police app. The NeoGov we spent some money on blasting out, and they said targeting certain types of people. So take something like a tax assessor or something, and they would people that had put that as an interest or something like that would get focused, emails and contacts from us. We did not see any, and I'm not just talking about tax assessors used as an example, but we used it for a couple different major positions in town, and we saw no benefit to that on the non-police side. On the police side, we did see some benefit, and the good news is that, and this I think is a combination of a few things. We have seen the pools have grown significantly. Not back, when I say pools, I mean the number of candidates that are going through the process, the police process. We are not at the point of years ago where you used to get 100 folks or more would show up. That's not the world we're at. I'm not sure we're ever going to get to that world because of, there's a different opinion in the world about police jobs and careers. There just is. That's a political question that I'm not going to get into of why we're there. But I think we're going to have a reduced number. But like, for instance, we were getting 4 or 5 applicants for a testing round, and we're now at the 25 to 30 applicants. Now, that doesn't mean so step one is we think we're doing a good job of expanding the pool. Step 2 is the quality of the pool. We are still seeing that it's hard for folks to get through the process. And some of that has to do with backgrounds of people, and they're not making it through that level with polygraphs and stuff like that. Some of it is the quality of the testing. One of the things we think has been helpful, although we don't have enough data to tell you something specifically yet, but we will at some point, is that allowing for people who don't have a full college degree to take the exams has actually led to a larger pool. And it also, by the way, and again, I can't tell you this with definitive data yet because we only have a round, you know what I mean? But in the round we saw, the people who didn't have a college degree did better on our exam generally than the folks who had a college degree. So a little light in the window, you know what I mean? Can't tell you that's the answer yet, but in that process. And so to go back to your original question, the numbers we have been using to do some of that stuff, particularly the police stuff, is coming out of the professional line. If you'll see the professional line, there's a recruitment and marketing line. That's where it's 52202. That's where we've been using the money, but the police department has been expanding their recruitment. Brian Falkenstein is doing a really good job of, this is a simple thing, but it really is effective. It used to be when you applied, you just worked your way through the police app process, and we didn't talk to you until it came time to schedule your interview. Now Brian Falkenstein calls you immediately. He sends you an email. Come on down if you want to talk, if you have a question about the process. Just that early contact has created more people that are sticking with the process, right, from the very beginning. It doesn't mean they're being successful, because we still have that issue, and we're working on trying to up the qualified pool, right? But the pool is bigger, and we're getting more people participating because of the work of the police department. And I have to give a big shout out to Steve LeBrandy in my office, who he was in charge of hiring for civil service in New Haven for years. And so he's bringing in a lot of good brain power into how we get out to these folks. And so we're really trying to figure out the next step of upping the quality of the police officers.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was just, the creativity to open the pool up has definitely worked in multi ways. I know it's still striving to get the numbers and get them in, and it takes a while. So, but I just was checking to see on the ways that we are marketing, if that had increased, or so if that's in the other line. Thank
And
you.
I know I've talked a lot, but if I just say one more, and the pension has had an impact. I mean, there's no question about that, right? So and you know where you can see that the most is that we have been very successful in getting some laterals to come in, right? And that is based, I mean, they all are talking pension when they come in. They know, because senior officers understand the value, right? And so the pension is definitely driving the laterals in. And laterals are people from other departments that come over.
Scott, I saw your hand go up and then come down and go back up. You're good? You want to go ahead? And then we'll go to Nikki.
I was going to avoid the topic, but I figure I'll ask it anyways, because we're talking about, you brought up pensions. You also brought up the removing some of the requirements to come in. And as you know, I had plenty of issues with the pension, and those have not gone away. But my biggest concern was not trying new things prior to implementing the pension. What was the thought process to implementing after putting in the pension, instead of giving that a go before we went to adding to our budget?
So what you're saying, the new things in terms of marketing? So
no, not even marketing, but adjusting our standards, not our standards, I'm sorry, our requirements for even applying to be a police officer, and going that route instead of adding more to our budget before we tried different approaches. Because that was my biggest takeaway when you and I talked, I don't know, a year and a half ago, was we should be trying new items, not sticking with the old ones. But it appears like we were open to new items because we did it just after the pension.
So the qualifications for applicants is not something I control. That is a pension commission, police commission question. And they actually did present before the pension to the board to remove the college requirement, not completely, but partially. And the pension board at the time did not want to do that. Sorry, yeah.
Nikki.
Hi, Tom. Nikki Satin, Town Council. So I guess this is I probably should have asked this question of Chief Lombardo, but I didn't think of it until now we're in this discussion. What are your thoughts about, like, I know Chief Lombardo is really happy with the addition of his social worker, and that she's really, made an impact on the department and helping to support, issues out in the field. And I know that he knows what he needs, and he knows, who he needs where, but just kind of thinking outside the box, does it make sense, because we can't get those, boots on the ground filled as officers, putting some of that money toward helping to build out that social worker department a little bit, maybe adding another social worker? And if this is a question I should pose to Chief, please let me know. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are, if that's been discussed.
Yeah, I would, this is not one that I would be most comfortable giving an opinion on, only because it's the department, and I wouldn't, but this is what I'd say is that the social worker we have has been very good. It has worked very well. And, there was a lot of, there were lots of discussions about whether it would be a workable situation. everybody has embraced it and it's worked very well.
Yeah.
I don't know if you talked to the chief about it, I don't know. Unfortunately, the current occupant gave us notice she's leaving.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
no, believe it was just this past week.
Ugh.
She is fantastic. She got a good gig somewhere.
Yeah.
Is the answer. And we have a current list and we have some good other candidates, so we're working already on trying to replace her, but she really was great. And so we're gonna miss her, but you can't stand in the way of people, moving
Right.
up careers, but she did the hard work of getting buy-in from a lot of the folks, and she did. So it is, from my view on the outside, it looks like it's been successful. Whether we should expand more, I don't know, that really is a chief's question.
Okay. Will do, understood. And then my other question to you is, we were talking earlier about this tax assessor nightmare. Yeah, right. So, and I think we heard that there was some trying to work with another town to try to combine efforts there that fell through. Can you give some more insight as to, maybe why that fell through? Are there other opportunities like that? What are you looking at creatively?
We actually know so there were some road bumps in terms of getting it together, but we actually are using another town's tax assessor to help us in our process, and it actually is someone that was here before in Trumbull, and it actually is working very well. So it's been a long road, and let me just take a step back and talk about assessors. There just aren't enough actual certified assessors. I'm just gonna numbers. You have 169 towns. There aren't 169 qualified certified tax assessors in the state of Connecticut. The math doesn't work. And so a lot of places are now sharing tax assessors, or the tax assessor will have a full-time job in one town and they'll do a part-time job covering other town. It's happening all around us. Bridgeport's a great example. Bridgeport does not have a tax assessor, period. They have a lawyer that is covering the operations of the office, and they're using, I want to say Westport, but I'm not 100% sure. They're using Westport's assessor. We made a deal with a surrounding town, and we're actually using someone who has been very helpful in bringing stability into the office. But at the same time, what we've had to do is build capacity in the office, and Maria has done a very good job of building up capacity in that office to get the people who are currently there better skill sets and increased skill sets, and also increasing the number of people. You guys have done a nice job of adding part-timers in that office. That has been extremely helpful. I want to emphasize how helpful it has been to have those folks in there, because they're able to take a lot of the customer service and the grunt type of work to allow for the more senior people to take on the more complex work. So although it's not perfect, because perfect would be we have a full-time tax assessor that works just for Trumbull. That's perfect, right? We're not at perfect. I have tried very, very, very hard to solve that problem, and I have not been successful. I'm just going to be straight and honest with you. Maria and I spend an enormous amount of time talking about solving the tax assessor problem. Where we are now is, I think I'm as comfortable as I have been in a long time with that office and how it's operating.
That's great news. Thank you.
Ben, I saw your hand up. Did you get your question answered?
Yeah, my question was about the tax assessor. My question, Tom, was why don't we do a paid search, even if we have to go out and spend some money to find somebody? If there's 169 towns and there's only 130 tax assessors, maybe that type of approach might help to bring somebody in.
So we actually, that money I talked about earlier with the extra, we did go out. We didn't hire like a headhunter firm. We didn't do that. Maybe that's something we can talk about. I mean, they're expensive, but we actually decided to expand outside of the Connecticut world to try to see if we could get assessors from different states that maybe, they have to go through a certification process in Connecticut, but we tried to do that. And, we got some bites, but just the reality of the world, like our surrounding states pay very well. I mean, very well, like New York, trying to steal someone from New York, Massachusetts is hard because they pay a lot of money in those places.
Looking at it a different way, if you brought somebody in at a higher level, maybe you can offer a shared service to the other towns at a charge and turn it into a profit center. I'm just trying to go beyond.
No, these are good ideas. We'll take any idea because if you want to talk about the one thing that frustrates me the most in my job right now, it's the tax assessor's office, and not the people in the office, because they've been doing a phenomenal job. They really have. And Maria's doing a very good job with them. It's just the frustration that I haven't been able to solve that problem. So I'll take that back. Let me have a conversation with Maria and Steve in my office to see if we can brainstorm some of that. I'm willing to do almost anything at this point.
All right. Thanks for your help.
No, thank you.
Scott?
For one, I like Vin's suggestion, but aside from that, it seems like this has been an ongoing problem for years. Instead of trying to find a seasoned assessor, why don't we try to find not one and train them up and help get them through the schooling? Because it looks like they need like 3 years experience, right? So you need a bachelor's degree. I'm looking at it on my other computer at the moment.
Scott,
Right, so-
I've been trying to convince my son to do it. I'm like, you would love it. He's not gonna love it, but we've actually talked about what it's not just the experience, it's then the testing and the school, like the amount of time it would take. You would be carrying the payroll for that person for an extended period of time.
If I can, though,
Yeah.
sorry, I have a direct answer, Scott, if you would.
Yep.
So when I talked about building capacity in the office, that is exactly what Maria is doing right now. She is building capacity in the current people in the office. I will say in terms of getting certification, it is insane. And let me tell you why it's insane. They offer the test once a year. And if you fail, you have to wait a year to take the test again. Period. And it is an extremely difficult test. That being said, one of our employees has moved up very quickly through that process. She put a lot of good work in there. So when I talk about building capacity, we are doing what you are saying right now in the office. Maria is very focused on that.
And with that, I guess we could take it one step further, right? If you're building capacity, you could almost hedge your bets if we have multiple people, right? And hypothetically, send 2 for the test, right? And then we almost have them vested here and then switch to Vinny's idea where we can utilize them for other towns as well. If we can, right? I'm not saying we're going to all of a sudden have 3 tax assessors certified and everything else, but if we have people on board that we can train up, and it's not just so much carrying their salary, right? Because we're paying them a salary to do something. It's not an empty spot that we're just paying, and try to work as many forward as we can. Obviously, we don't need more than 1 on our payroll, but if we can keep them on our payroll and then get their income offset from another town, then it would make sense to retain them.
So we're saying, you're saying the exact same thing that Maria is doing.
That is wonderful to hear.
That in terms of building the capacity, that's what I'm saying. And it is more than 1 person, but it is it's a difficult process. Without going into personnel details, it's a difficult process.
And I do not doubt that at all. I mean, it's taking up the entire page, and I have a very large monitor on my other computer of the requirements needed to do this job, which seem absurd, but we live in Connecticut, so it's kind of expected.
I will reserve comment about that, except for that this process stinks.
Any other questions for Tom about his budget? I do have one question for you, Tom.
Yep.
At some point, can we just have an update of the non-police department and tax assessor's office? What openings, like how many openings are in town and how you're doing filling those? I know that we made a lot of progress last year. There are a couple new positions. Can you just give us an update? It doesn't have to be today.
Yeah, so our office actually generates regularly a list of what we've hired, what we, and we present it every month to our Civil Service Commission. We present to Vicky. So we're now doing a full tracking in the office. So I can very easily send that to you, Lainey, and then you can give it to everybody.
Perfect. That's great.
But I will say this, as the little plug for my office, we are cooking in this office. It used to be, it was a long delay. A lot of that had to do with the fact that it was just me doing it for a while. But since we got Steve and Luis in the office, I am telling you, it is a well-oiled machine. They are both phenomenal. And I would say if you were to ask almost any department head of the town, they would say that the process has improved dramatically in this office. And we are moving people from vacancy to hire much faster than we ever have.
Excellent. Any other questions for Tom? Thank you for coming in early, Tom. We were running a bit ahead and it was much appreciated.
So I think am I here? The benefit is is that already done, Maria? Do I have to?
Maria took care of that. I don't think there were any other questions.
I love it.
Did we have anything about Kerma we wanted to talk to Tom about, or was that something to talk about in the long run, Maria?
Kerma?
Yeah, it's basically the third-party administrator. We've been talking about probably putting it out to bid.
Putting out to bid?
Yeah, Tom and I will discuss it, if that's okay.
Yeah, I would. This is so to speak very generically. There aren't a lot of players in that field anymore. So when I was in Bridgeport, I oversaw workers' comp in Bridgeport, and there were a lot of players, and so we would go out regularly to try to force down the cost. And then over time, it's dramatically dropped who actually the vendors that will do this work. When I was in New Haven, I had nothing to do with workers' comp, so I didn't do it. But then when I came back here, obviously I'm back in the deep end with workers' comp. We have Kerma. We think Kerma does a nice job. Kerma is not the most inexpensive version, but they do a very nice job. If you noticed during the OSHA process, we brought in PMA to help us with the OSHA process. PMA is a vendor that does this, and so you can probably see that we were looking to test folks to see if their capabilities on things, right? And so, and the long-term goal being to then put this out to bid and have a better understanding of the players in there. PMA is a player, Kerma is a player. And so if we put it out to bid, we now have experience with both of them doing stuff. So we can make an informed decision.
Terrific, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions for Tom? Enjoy the rest of your day, Tom.
Thanks, everybody. Good luck.
All right. We'll now move Bill Chin into the hot seat. We'll talk about the IT department.
Good day, good morning, good afternoon, I guess. It's 12 o'clock. Let's see, so
Hold on, we're going to page 97, please.
our department has been busy, as always. There have been a few things that we've been pretty excited about working on. We're currently in the middle of our desktop upgrade and replacing the aging computers that we've got. Some of those computers are upwards near 7, 8 years old.
Excuse me for interrupting. The page is actually 92. I'm sorry.
So that process, that project, as you'll recall, we leased 125 computer desktops from last year, in addition to purchasing some laptops, which we will continue doing. The reason for this is our computers are currently mostly running Windows 10, which is end of support in October of this year, so October 14th. So we've got to upgrade everything in order to keep our operating systems up to date. We've also last year upgraded our storage area network and file system, so that's been working really well. Replaced all of our multi-factor authentication tokens for our employees, so that project we did several years ago, and the tokens have a lifespan of a certain number of years, so those tokens needed to be retired and new tokens were replaced. We've made various upgrades to network security, so that includes one of the projects that we did last year was to upgrade our CrowdStrike Falcon Complete. So we were able to take advantage of State of Connecticut's CEN pricing on our CrowdStrike contract. So that was helpful. And now we have a little bit better of our a better platform and more functionality on our CrowdStrike front. And we've continued to use VOC to develop new solutions and maintain our online forums for Parks and Rec, First Selectman's office, Human Services, and also our police department. Looking forward to this year, we will look to continue replacing those end user workstations. So I've got a request for another 125 workstations that will bring us up to the 250 that we need, in addition to some laptops to get everybody up to Windows 11. We'll also looking to upgrade our aging wireless access points across all of our multiple town buildings. Replace our patch management solution, which allows us to kind of remotely and automatically update security patches, update application solutions and patches and things like that. And it really helps us to do that quickly and across the board rather than obviously going to each individual computer and doing that manually. And we'll also always continue our network security measures. The big one that we've got this year is to try to move our remote sites to fiber internet where possible. So there's a number of sites that we are able to do that on. And so we'll move from charter cable internet to fiber, which will be a little bit better service and hopefully save us some money in the aggregate. So the big project here with our fiber internet, which you'll be pleased to know, is that we had one vendor come in and do a proposal for replacing our fiber network, our fiber wide area network with our larger buildings and basically the way the town network works. That came in at a significant savings. So we went to our incumbent vendor and said, I've got this really great deal. Please try to see what you can do. And they came back and beat it. And the overall change in our line item for our wide area network internet services will be about $100,000 this year, $100,500, compared to budgeted at $149,400 last year, which is about a $55,000 savings. So it's $94,500 versus $149,400 for a savings in this budget of about $55,000. So I'll start off with the good news. Any questions thus far? Or should I?
No, I do want to acknowledge the fact that you sent a lot of backup information by email that I will make sure everybody has as well. We'll go to Scott Zemoff first.
Just a quick question. So it identified here that the first selectman would like to take the wireless access points and spread that over 2 years. I understand the concept there. What will it do? And is it an even split in the cost, right? Because I'm assuming we're talking about the hardware that needs to go into each thing as well as the time put in. But I'm guessing your team will do the installs. It's just a matter of the hard cost of the items. So 2 things: what will it do, and is it an even split on that number? By just saying cut it in half.
Sure. The proposal was for a replacement of 60 access points. So the first selectman's budget reduces it by half. The end of life on these devices is July 21st of 2026. So while it is in a different budget year, it only gives me 21 days to make that happen. Purchase them, procure them, hopefully they have them in stock, get them in, and then make that replacement happen. So I would definitely, that's the one item that I'd like to talk about and see if we can take that and restore that for this budget. I understand the budget's tight, but it's really only $15,000. It'll make a big difference. I really would hate to have our wireless network go past that end of support date. You're just playing with fire at that point, and network security is paramount of importance, and it's just a very tight time frame in July when some of us are taking vacations and things like that, to try to turn that second half of those 30 devices in 3 weeks time.
That seems fair. And just as a follow-up question, has the cost of those items been increasing over the years? Actually, 2 follow-up questions. So hypothetically, next year, might it cost more? And is there any chance that you have any, because we're talking about $15,000, any budget left over, and I know we're early, but any money that might be able to be found in your current year budget to offset that? And if you don't have the answer right now, if you get back to us, I'd appreciate that.
Sure. Yeah, I don't have exact numbers on that right now. I was planning on using the leftover funds to purchase some additional laptops. But yeah, I can get back to you on that. In terms of cost, I think the cost of everything is going up, but generally speaking, a wireless access point is a wireless access point, and then the cost this year versus next year's won't be too significant of an increase. We're talking couple $100 per device. So they're not thousands of dollars per access point.
Thank
you. Okay, we're going to go to David Galla.
Thanks, and thank you, Bill. Great presentation, and thank you for all that you do to keep us moving on all of these Zoom meetings. We greatly appreciate it. You mentioned that you were making a migration, and you had kind of gotten some new quotes, and were able to get our current provider to beat the rate, and I applaud and appreciate your efforts there. What sort of terms did they offer? Are we going to be having to do this on an annual basis? I worry about teaser rates with these sorts of things, especially if you've got a company that had not been providing you the level of comfort or service at a price point that we like, and now all of a sudden they're able to beat it magically. When does that tide change?
No, that's a really good question. This would be a 60-month term, so it's a 5-year term. We're actually currently we have our previous deal with our current incumbent vendor was for 60 months as well, and then that expired probably about a year ago, and we've been working on a month-to-month month-to-month contract, I guess, or agreement. It's a large endeavor to change your public IP addresses and things like that. So we try not to do that every year, obviously. So a 5-year term would be a nice time frame. You lock in any price today for the next 5 years, and so I think it's a good deal.
That's great. That makes a lot more sense. You worry about when these things sunset, so thank you.
And yeah, we've been happy with the service too. Everything's been, working fairly well. Knock on wood.
Vin?
Yeah, just a point on the wireless access points. I think it's the right thing to take and do them all at one time. You want to have a consistent infrastructure. You want everything to be the same vintage and version. And I think it would facilitate things overall. So I'm in favor of doing it all in one shot and replacing the 15,000 to do it.
Any other comments or questions on this information?
One other area that was, I guess, reduced was some of our training budget and conferences. So the note indicated that we are not. I'm sorry. That we are attending MSISAC this year, and so it was cut for next year. That's actually not accurate. Just miscommunication in our email communications. We will not be going this year because of vacations. It falls on a week where half of my department is already taking a vacation, so sending somebody else to a conference leaves us a little bit thin, so we prefer not to do that. So the MSI SAC conference, they kind of messed it up last year. So last year they had August 23 was their conference, and then they scheduled their 2024 conference in June of 2024, which is the same fiscal year. And a lot of government entities, and they got really upset because they were only budgeted to go once that year, and we were included in that same boat. And so the 2024 2025 they added it back in June for this fiscal year, but we're not able to attend. So it's MSI SAC is the organization by the government that's basically the federal government, FBI, CIA, all of those federal agencies, our local agencies, state agencies, they get together and help, run by the Department of Defense and Cybersecurity Agency, to host this conference and really talk about government security.
So,
It's
Bill?
free to attend, but we have
So-
to get.
Question, it's budgeted for the current year, but you're not going in the current year.
That's correct.
Can you prepay for the following?
I don't think it's going to be. They haven't announced what next year's conference is, so we don't have any information about any of that yet.
Okay. And how much is that budget for that conference? I'm sorry, the numbers are on the other page.
The request, oops. The request was for 3,700, which got eliminated. 3,700 would include 2 people to go to that conference.
Okay. Thank you. Mary?
Mary Isaac, Town Council. Yes, just on that, I know that for the, and I'm going to just say IACAP Tech Conference was reduced to 1 attendee. Would you be able to reduce that line item, the MS ISAC, to the 1 attendee, or do you need 2 for that?
We would certainly take what we can get. So yeah, we'll take 1 if we can get 1.
Negotiating, no.
Appreciate that. Yes, and obviously the other conferences were reduced from 2 attendees to 1. So
All right. Any other questions for Bill? Did you all get Bill's email, or he sent it to just, did you send it to just me, or did you send it to Phyllis, Bill? I'll make sure that everybody gets it, the
Yeah,
backup information.
I don't
You
believe
you
I
sent
sent
a lot of good information, so. Mrs. Tesoro?
Thank you. I just want to give a shout out to Bill too for the tremendous work he did looking for savings in his department. Just want everyone to know that how much we appreciate that and everything else he does. As I do with all my employees. Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, he is literally the wizard. We were in chambers last week for the Board of Education, and we were looking for something, and he came over the loudspeaker because he could hear us in the room. He's like, "It's over there to the right." It's a little scary, Bill. Bill is watching.
I'll introduce myself next time.
Instead of Big Brother, it's Big Bill.
Big Bill. All right, very good. So it's currently 12:20. We have completed our morning and then some. Thank you all for your patience and flexibility. We will come back at 1 o'clock and continue on with nursing. We have a couple of departments. I anticipate that we will be done well ahead of schedule today. And anybody who's not able to meet with us will be for next week. Go ahead.
Wait, before you adjourn, can we just flip to the nursing budget for 1 minute before Lynn joins us?
Yeah, on page, where do you want to start? Senior wellness?
Public school nursing is fine.
Three 355, please. Okay,
Hold on, let me just get to that page. I'm sorry. Slow today. So it's under the salary account, which is page 358 of the budget book. I just want to point out that Maria, do you want to do this? You want to say something? I just want to point out to you that there was I don't even call it an error. It was just the way that this was posted on this page is not the usual way we do when a department makes a request of a budget. Lynn actually made a request to increase her nurses' budgets by $9,000 per year. And you'll see at the bottom it says there's an asterisk that says nurses are not in union. A comparison 28 districts and regions showed trouble nurses make an average of $9,000 less than other school nurses. So she asked for that increase, and I denied the 9,000 and allowed a $3,000 increase. And I will let her explain her rationale of why she was asking that when she comes. She was kind of upset that that wasn't phrased the way it usually is, that she really wanted her nurses to know that she was advocating for them. So just so you should all know, I'm sure she will point that out to you when she comes to see you shortly.
okay.
But it was just an oversight of the way it was actually posted onto that department.
All right. And we'll come back at 1 o'clock, go through the nursing department and the last couple of departments for the afternoon.
Okay, great.
Any questions before we go? All right. See you in a bit.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Gotcha.
Hi, Dave.
How are you?
You know, Dave, some people live great romances, some people live horrible tragedies. My life is a B-rate comedy at any moment.
Sounds like that's not the first time you've said those lines, and I think it's better that way.
And you know, it's getting funnier as we go. When I write this chapter of the book, oh,
I am currently relegated to the basement as our cleaning people just showed up, and I was working in my office, and I went, "Oh my God, I'm on Zoom all day, and now I have to leave." So I'm relegated to the basement, but it for some reason looks exactly like the room I was sitting in before.
which is good.
How about that?
Yeah, so while we were in the middle of doing this, I had to make a wire transfer.
Oh,
and
that sounds fun.
my husband went to make the wire transfer, and he lost his wallet last week, and his new license hasn't come. So while in the middle of doing that, he comes in, he says, "You have to go back to the bank." So yeah, all fun stuff.
Well, here, I'll give you a little.
Where are you actually? Are you in this? Are you in the Zemoff dungeon? That's what when Scott turns his thing off.
Yeah, watch this. None. Here I am.
Oh, the workshop.
That's snazzy.
Yeah.
What, my workshop?
It's like the mad scientist lair.
Yeah. I got all my clamps and all sorts of other stuff. Yeah, it's good stuff. A lot of cool things come out of this basement. Now, how do I get back? How do I get out of this?
There you are.
Yeah, I know, but how do I get myself? Maybe it's this button. There it is. So I'm going to put myself on mute and off because I'm eating lunch real quick, and I'll be right back. Bless you.
Thank you.
Nobody wants to watch me eat. I know that.
Hi, Lynn. Everybody's coming back.
Yeah,
So we'll just take one more minute or so.
I'm here.
See if I got the page numbers up. As everybody's coming back, if you would just wave at me so I know everybody's here. I'm going to 3/5. Oh, Christine, hello.
Hello. I am here.
You sound about as good as the rest
Woo!
of us. Woohoo!
Yes, I'm here.
It's good to be somewhere.
Yeah, that's an answer.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
Thank you. Thanks for joining us early, Anthony.
No problem.
What I may actually do, if Lynn doesn't mind, since you're like a 12-second one-line budget item, I think we'll start with you and then move back to Lynn so we can really talk about Lynn's stuff.
Sure.
Okay.
All right. What's the matter, buddy? Come here.
Well, what do you want to know?
Hang on 1 second. I'm just waiting to make sure everybody's back online.
Stop.
Oh, Mary's back online with a new puppy.
Sorry, they all screamed. I hit the wrong thing. Oh.
I know, you know, we're all a little out of practice with Zoom, and I've got a dog defending me against every squirrel in the neighborhood. It's all good. All right. Okay. Okay, welcome back, everybody. This is the afternoon session for our first day of Zoom department meetings, and we're moving on to, we're skipping around a little bit in the agenda just because of time. Anthony Musto, the town treasurer, has joined us, and we'll be going to page 86 to discuss his budget really quickly. This is actually my favorite besides fire hydrants, because there's really one line item in the budget. It's just the salary for the town treasurer. Anybody have any questions for Anthony about this? Anthony, you have anything to share with us?
I'm actually just curious as to what the line item is. I know it's set by the charter or the ordinance, but
Yeah.
I'm never quite sure what it is.
Currently, this year is $27,831.
Okay, good to know.
All right. If there's no other questions, that's all we really needed, Anthony.
Nice seeing you guys. Have fun.
Bye now.
Bye.
Okay, checked off the list. Now we will turn our attention to page 315 in your big books, and we'll welcome Lynn Steinbrecht, Director of Nursing. And we'll start with senior wellness.
Okay. I gotta get back there.
That's okay. You want to give us a little overview on the department, and then we'll talk numbers.
So, for the senior wellness department, I'm not asking for any big changes, sort of status quo. Let's see, got to get back to there. I was all the way forward and okay. Yep. So we have a part-time senior wellness nurse, 19.5 hours a week. She does a great job with a lot of senior outreach and one-on-one sort of nursing consultation, and she organizes several educational groups and about various health topics for the seniors, and she does a great job. I think the one thing I might be asking for more of would be a membership for the ANA 183, and that's pretty. Oh, the new thing this year is the year of the Geriatric Nursing magazine. So it's a periodical that has up-to-date information and topics about specific to senior nursing.
Anybody with any questions on senior health and wellness? All right, we'll move on to public school nursing, 355. And you heard that Mrs. Tesoro came out and clarified how it was written in the book, that we were talking about salaries. You want to give us a little overview there in public school nursing?
Yeah, let me just get there.
Yes, Lynn, I did go over that was not stated properly as we usually do. It's an oversight. I apologize for that. So give you an opportunity to explain, what you, just in case that someone doesn't understand that, if you could just explain what was
Sure.
going to be written there.
So, like Vicky said, normally how it goes in is what the department asks, what the first selectman approves, right? So I had actually asked, based on a comprehensive analysis of 28 districts in the region, typically I get asked, oh, what does Monroe pay? What does Shelton pay? But we went to 28 districts in the nearby region, including districts where other nurses live and including districts where we've lost other nurses too. And on average, the comparison, and it's to do an apples to apples comparison, the way it was done was our starting salary versus their starting salary. So even though the majority of other areas of regional supervisors that I've talked to have told me that very rarely will they hire someone at their starting salary. But in order to compare apples to apples, I had to do that. So even though it's a 9,000 average, it's more likely in reality less, because we do start at our starting salary when we hire people here. I have a very small rubric for maybe up to $1.50 an hour if someone has multiple years of pediatric, come with school nursing experience, have a master's degree or higher, then we can give them a small bump. But other than that, we are starting at a deficit. So that's the big ask that I had, and I was asking for the average, even though most of the town, there are actually only 2 towns in those 28 that make less than us. But the majority of them make more, and on average, it was about $9,000. So that's where I went.
Lynn, those averages, what's your turnover rate like currently?
So in the past, hold on, I gotta get to my turnover page. So since I've been here, we've had 25. Is that 25? My screen is small. 26 full-time turnover. Last year, actually this year alone, we had a turnover of 4 nurses. Last year, surprisingly, none. The year before that, 4. The year before that, 5. The year before that, 5. So on average, we're, turning over five positions a year, which is, hiring, training, recruiting. And in all the time, in the last 5 years, we have not been able to hire anyone with school health experience. We're just not attracting people to leave other districts to come to us. I've had other nurses from other districts call me and say, hey, you have a job posted, and we just can't compete with what other districts are paying. So it's not worth for them to take the jump, but we have lost several nurses to other districts when we train them when they hire them with no school nurse experience, we train them. And after about a year or two, they can pretty much go to any district they want and make significantly more than they're making here.
Questions for Lynn and school nurses? Okay. Mr. Gallo.
So Dave Gallo, Board of Finance, sorry if it's loud in the background. I was wondering, Lynn, how we compare, because you mentioned that you did apples to apples based on starting salaries, but so I have a wife who's an educator, and they work on steps. So as step 1, step 2, step 3, and then they get different degrees and such. Different towns have different steps from an education standpoint. How does that compare to school nursing, and where do we fall, if that is the case in Trumbull? How do we fall within those parameters?
So that's a great question. There are other towns. So it's a difficult, so there really is no apples to apples to answer your question for that. So it depends on, number one, if the town is union, and then if the nurses work for the Board of Ed or the town. But on the towns that are union, they do have steps, but yes, we fall short on those steps. So I have, done a comparison of where our nurses would be if they worked in another district, and they're at maybe 10 years here and 10 years where they would be, we're under where the other districts are, where someone could be projected to be at in another district.
Okay. And then do we have, so again, back to the education piece again, and I'm sorry, because I just don't understand, but for clarification, do we have more steps before max or fewer steps before max
We
than
don't
other
have
towns may?
steps. We don't
Okay,
have steps.
again, all right. I
Nope,
thought
that's
that
okay. The
yeah,
nursing department is not union, so there's never been any formal steps put in. It's kind of just an annual percentage increase. So there's no structure put in. It's something I have talked to HR about. There was some discussion about throwing in a big step bonus to bump those that have been here a while to be up to where they might be. But that, was never formally added to the budget. And, but it's something that Tom and I have talked about, and, you know, we identified that we are short in other places because of not having a structured step.
Thank you.
And it's also something that, you know, if you know what you're going to make in 5 years, you might be able to kind of hang on and stay. But, you know, in years past, I've tried to say, well, maybe we should do a retention bonus. After 5 years, you get this, and then you get that. I've tried to add things like a degree stipend, because, you know, if you have more education, you know, your base pay could be more. But you know, stipends are kind of tricky because, you know, the comparison is to other departments. Well, if we give nursing a degree stipend, we have to give the tax department a degree stipend and this department. But if we're comparing a nursing in general to other nursing settings, you are often in not only other nursing settings, but other districts have degree stipends. They have different areas of how to structure their pay scale. So ours is not structured that way.
Thank you.
Sorry, Paul.
Yes, Paul Tempelli, Board of Finance. Lynn, in your budget narrative, in the area of the listing of your responsibilities as a department, bullet number 2 is prevent, control, and track communicable diseases.
Yes.
Can you cite anywhere within your budget any dollars that are actually associated with enabling you to do that? Is there a cost
That's
associated with
included
that?
in our job responsibilities, so it's part of their pay, you know, so
Other than that, there are no direct costs.
there's no direct amount of money that's devoted to that. So, you know, we're constantly shifting gears on a daily, you know, maybe on a minute by minute basis as to what walks in our door to what we have to, you know, deal with at hand. But, you know, I'm sure everyone's heard of the measles outbreak. So what we do is we just kind of shift gears. So a couple of weeks ago when it was on the radar, we just did an audit, you know, of what our vaccination status was, so that we can be prepared as to who, you know, whether they have an exemption for medical reasons, you know, who is most at risk, who would need to be excluded from school if there were an outbreak, and so on and so forth. So that's just included in our everyday duties, whether it's a stomach bug or measles and everything in between.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else with questions in school, public school nursing? We'll skip ahead to non-public school nursing on page 365.
So it's essentially identical for, you know, our staffing. It's just a separate budget. So there are fewer nurses in the private school budget because there are fewer schools. And so it's a smaller budget. And then my salary and the school nurse coordinator salary are 60-40 split between public and private.
Okay. Any questions on that? Lynn, I appreciate your flexibility today and joining us early. I saw you pop on just before our lunch break. And we're definitely looking at all of the information in the book.
And I would love to send you all, you know, more in depth. I have a PowerPoint spreadsheet. I have the comparison of all the other districts. So if I could, after the meeting, you know, email you all the information so you have that specifically.
If you send it to Phyllis, she'll make sure that all of us get a copy and it'll go attached.
All right. You know,
minutes as well.
I do feel that we are losing qualified candidates to other districts. We're very lucky that we've been able to attract the nurses that we have. You know, fortunately this year with our 3 openings, actually 3 of them came from internal referral sources. So the people that are here, I think genuinely want to stay here, but it's really hard when the town that you live in is paying $9,000 more and you're driving here every day to work. So that's what we're faced with. And other towns are, you know, the nurses all know each other and talk, and they say just as easily, come on over here. So we want them to stay here. We have very dedicated nurses, and we just want them to get compensated. They do have options. You know, I know historically people have said, don't go to, we can't compare a hospital. Well, you can, because that's who we're losing people to, because you can work 2 days a week at the hospital and make what it takes you to make 5 here. So I just want to know that other than other districts, which that's the comparison I gave you, nurses have a wide variety of choices. It's, you know, a teacher has pretty much can work either public or private. A police officer is going to go to a suburbia or a city. School nurses can go anywhere, home care, doctor's office. So schools, and you know, school nursing is not what it used to be. It's a very complex job now. I've had several new hospital nurses say, "Oh, I'm alone in an office making clinical decisions." Yes, you are. You know, I've had other nurses who are on the tail end of their career come in and be like, "Oh my, it's so much more than I thought it was." So I do wish that you will take a look at my PowerPoint. You'll take a look at the comparison, and please reach out to me if you have any questions about like what the compensation should be.
Thank you so much, Lynn.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Attorney Shopek. Hold on. You're muted there, Dan. There you are.
Right. Okay, here I am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We will move on to the town attorney's line item. On page 99 in the big book. All right. Want to give us a little overview there, sir?
I think you all know what we do. We have 3 town attorneys. I am one. Jim Nugent is 2, and Jim Cordone is 3. We cover all the boards and commissions, building committees, town council, put up with Vicky on a regular basis. And I have no idea what she put in there for us for compensation. So I'm sure it's overwhelming, but it hasn't changed from year to year.
And that is accurate. Although the town attorneys do a wonderful job for us every day, sometimes 24 hours a day. So they're on call all the time, and they continue to represent the town in exemplary fashion.
Can I quote you on that, Vicky?
Sure, why not? I'll put it in writing even for you.
Okay.
Are you up and dancing yet?
What's that?
Are you
Am I up and dancing
yet?
I am not up and dancing. I'm up. I'm with a cane. I can. My brace has been open to a 40-degree level, so that I can at least be sitting here. I'm actually in my office now, but I can't drive. So that's if the town would only provide me with a bus, I would be able to attend these meetings in person. But absent that, I see Mary Isaac is there. Mary, can you feel my pain?
I was going to say one thing. Remember, we have the GBT access for only $5. You two can get throughout Trumbull. But yes, I noticed your lack of speed getting to the door, and it just made me think I could beat you now in a race. So not by much, but so yes, feel better. Oh, terrible.
Does it have to get to like 90 degrees, Dan? What does it need to be?
I think 90 degrees, I know Laney will tell you. 90 degrees, can I drive? It's my left leg, my left knee. So I'm not at a point yet where I can kind of sit in the front seat of the car, so it does make it difficult to drive.
So 90 degrees will get you back in the car.
90 degrees could do it.
Excellent.
And I tell Mr. Tipinelli, I ran across a picture of the two of us in the Timpanelli campaign in 1981. We look different.
We did, huh? It's funny. I didn't think so. We had two good legs then, at least.
Yes. And much darker hair.
Excellent. Any actual questions about the town attorneys and the line item in the budget book? Thank you for joining us. It's nice to see you.
It's been wonderful.
All right.
I think
Thank
probably
you, Dan.
see you again this week. Take care.
Yes, we'll see you on Thursday.
Okay.
All right. Moving on in our book, we're hopefully going to see Stefan Lynn Nielsen from the library shortly and Dan Newman. Maria, is there something you'd like to move from next week, go through while we're waiting?
Yeah, we can move small committees if you like.
Yes, please.
We could start actually with town council. Actually, yeah.
Let's go to town council on page 5.
So, clerical fees is for Margaret to attend all the town council and finance committee meetings. Unfortunately, we did not include a small amount for salary just because of the union contract settle and somehow the base did not get changed. So we need to add about $840 to the account.
Can you just remind me which line item?
It's 522201, and I will send you an email too.
Okay.
The other line item has to do with the outside auditors, and we have a contract with them for 3 years, and the next year's fee is $118,000, and then it's $580 for the filing of our budget so that it can be reviewed by GFOA.
No.
Any questions there?
No, so we'll just need to make an $800 and change adjustments in the.
Yeah, 840, yeah.
Okay.
It's one thing, Maria, I'm sorry, Mary Isaac, Town Council. Maria, I don't remember, is that year 2 of the 3 years?
That's correct, year 2.
Yes, okay, yeah, that was tough to get, so it's expensive.
Yeah, and we have an extension with them, well, partly because we're so short staffed, and also we haven't really got too much from them, so I have to keep on calling them. So we'll see how that goes.
Thank you.
Anything else in town council?
I don't know, you want to go to ethics, which is just clerical fees on page 15?
We're talking $200.
Yeah, throughout this budget, you'll see that we increased the clerical fees to $100 per meeting because it's really been hard to attract clerks. They used to be paid $60 an hour. So throughout all the budgets, if it's an outside clerk, we brought them to $100 per meeting. If it's an employee that does the minutes, then that person gets overtime for their rate, overtime rate times the hours they work, or $100 per meeting, whatever's higher.
Any questions on that? Okay. That takes care of the ethics committee.
So you want to, I think Stefan is on if you want to take him.
Oh, hi, Stefan. Yes, we do. We're filling time, and Dan Newman's also with us. Great. So we'll go to Stefan Lynn Nielsen, who's joining us, and we'll look at the library budget on page 383. All right. Hi, Stefan. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Right. You want to give us a little overview of the past year?
Can I say something before he starts?
Yes, ma'am.
There was a mistake on the salary part-time. If you look on page Trying to find a page.
Salary part-time is at
On page
385?
390, you will see in the notes, it says, part-time vacancy 7. However, when we crossed over, we only put 1 position, so we know that budget has to be 123,221. So the 501102 will have to be an additional 123,221.
Okay. Got that. All right, Stefan.
Hi. So we've had a very productive year so far. Among many of the other things that we are currently, or rather have done. For one thing, we upgraded the audiovisual system in the main library community room using ARPA funds. We've also are in the process of upgrading our computer management print software system, which will also allow faxing and scanning. And it will also upgrade us to be able to take people's credit card and debit card payments, so people won't be bringing in their pocket change anymore to make a printout. That should actually happen in May. So we're not quite there yet. We've increased our digital offerings for collections and programming. We've also, that is including a new service where we are part of a consortium, Library Speakers Consortium, which allows you to have author talks with actual very famous authors via the internet, which is pretty cool. And we've also evaluated the patron experience. We did our library survey recently in order to assess where we can improve our offerings, our services with the general public, and that's been well received. We've made some improvements based on that type of feedback, and we're very excited about where it's going. In terms of our goals and objectives for moving forward, which actually has gone a little bit faster than expected. We've actually already renovated the library boardroom to increase functionality and usability. This includes modular tables, modular chairs, and a smart board. Which now will enable people, as recently as this last weekend, we just had our first group come in to use it. It was a kids lacrosse group that was there to talk about how to sign people up, and they made use of the equipment, and it's been very well received. That was using ARPA funds. The installation of a new library story walk outside my window, actually. The crew already came in this morning to start working on that. This is also based on ARPA funds with additional funding from the Friends of the Trumbull Library, who bought the actual equipment for the Story Walk, and a generous donation from the Trumbull community women who are funding the actual books that will go into the Story Walk. So hopefully you'll be able to see that next time you come around to Town Hall. Increased outreach. We want to increase outreach to non-library patrons. We've already got plans in place with Parks and Rec to make more of a presence known at the farmers market, as well as various town events this coming year. Reorganize nonfiction collection to increase browsability and circulation. This has always been sort of a debate between how to evaluate collections either by traditional Dewey Decimal format, or if we want to go for more of a bookstore format, which are more inclined towards people's reading interests. And in addition to that, we are working on the website and our social media channels. We've had a lot of success in creating online content, and we want to capitalize on that. I don't know how many people here are doing TikTok, but we've actually had quite a few of our videos go viral, and we're very pleased about that type of response. And then we want to add more variation to our current events and programming, including utilizing our outdoor spaces and figure out some new uses for existing technology. So we're undergoing a lot of changes here at the library, and we're hoping for another great year moving forward. In addition to which, and I'm going to put this out there, but Allison Esbach, who is a Trumbull native and a best-selling New York Times author, will be here next month. So if you are interested in coming, I'm pretty sure it already booked up, but I can get you pictures or something like that instead.
Yeah, I just want to say that I've been spending a lot of time at the library, like Sunday afternoons doing paperwork where it's quiet, and I am just the traffic through there on Sunday is amazing, and all those study rooms are always in the study cubicles are in use throughout the day. It's pretty amazing. So
since I was looking at this in preparation for this meeting, since we started the study rooms back in July, we've had 1,620 bookings, a total of 2,554 hours booked. So yes, definitely getting a lot of use in that regard.
Anybody have questions for Stefan? Awesome. Keep it up. It's just great to see the traffic there and to see people actually valuing the library and the services you offer.
Thank you. So in regards to the actual budget itself, I can go through the main points, I guess.
Yes, please.
So in regards to full-time salaries, the biggest part that we're asking for is the full-time event technologist. Right now, we have 2 part-time event technologists, one in the Youth Services Department, one in the Adult Services Department. We are asking to combine the salaries of, rather the wages of those 2 positions along with one permanent part-time position in order to create this full-time event technologist. Instead, the savings from combining those salaries would be $63,430 in the next budget year. The event technologist salary at that point would be $52,088, meaning that the town saves a small margin off that. I don't know how to factor in the benefits, so you might want to ask Maria about that. But the goal here is that we would get somebody that would be more of a permanent fixture. We've had a lot of success with those 2 positions, partly because, you know, it allows the full-time staff, the rest of the full-time staff, to focus more on the library aspects of things, programming, collection development, and things of that nature. Whereas these are more focused with, you know, public relations, social media, and the online website itself. Which I would love to tell you that all of us librarians have a very keen idea about what to do with TikTok, but we don't have any idea at all what to do with TikTok. That said, we've been hiring these people. They've been great. We've trained them. We've gotten them to a wonderful level, and then they find full-time jobs elsewhere. And so we would like to, you know, create a position where we will hopefully avoid that fate in the future. And I think that it is a, you know, worthwhile compromise in regards to the kind of output that they're providing for the library in the town of Trumbull. Versus the cost incurred. I can't stress strongly enough that, you know, this is the way that we communicate with people. For our last book sale, Kelly Broderick, one of our event technologists, created well, they both do these things, but she created a online post that went viral, and we had actual people showing up at the book sale saying that the reason why they came was because they saw that post, which, you know, says a lot. In regards to the part-time staff, we're also asking for an adjustment there. At present, we're asking for an increase to for $1.09 per hour to $18.43. This would bring us to the closer to the median pay wage that is given out by the other libraries in southwestern Connecticut. The average pay rate in southwestern Connecticut in our region is $19.52. This is comes as a result of a salary survey that's conducted by the Connecticut Library Association. You know, in a similar fashion, you know, we spend a lot of time training these people, getting them, you know, to the point where we feel comfortable with them interacting with the public. And I think that anybody that comes to the library understands how important customer service is here. We really try and strive for a certain culture that I think is reflected in the staff that you know, work with the public. And it's a shame when we can't hold on to these people. And so that is part of the reason why I'm asking for that raise. Any questions about those two items?
I don't see any hands there.
The next differential changes, I mean, I can go on to the specifics of each line item, but I think we want to skip ahead to the more important part. So for program expenses, there is an additional $2,500 from last year that I like to be added to the budget to be used for painting and wall and door repairs as needed. We have a wonderful building attendant here by the name of Fidel that does great work, but you know, I can't have him painting an entire room or repairing the benches on the outside of the building, which are starting to get a lot of wear on them. And you know, this would go a long ways towards covering those type of expenses, which we've never actually had a budget for. It wouldn't be enough, obviously, to paint the whole library, but it will allow us to do small jobs as necessary as we, you know, just are trying to operate and maintain a building. In addition to that, for the capital outlay, this is line item 58188. We're asking for two additions to the library. One would be a replacement curtain for the community room stage. The stage that's in there is original to the building. It's from 1975. It looks still blue on the one side, but when you look on the other side, it does not. And it would be really nice if we could get a new curtain up there. That quote that we have there is from the same company that works with our school system, replacing material on the stages. And it would be good to have a clean and functional curtain for that community room stage. The other thing is the magnetic door lock for the staff entrance. This is similar to the magnetic door lock that they use over at Town Hall. Actually, it's the same one. And it would enable us to have staff entry via their staff IDs, which would prevent us from having to give out keys. This would also create a better security system for our, you know, the cleaning crews that come here at night. Right now, we're just giving them keys, and I think part of the problem is that we don't know where all these keys end up sometimes. Giving them these cards instead for entry would allow us to simply you know, turn off access to those cards at the event that, you know, we get a new cleaning crew company or somebody else comes in. And then there would be less of a security concern for us in terms of these buildings. And I think that's it.
Did those additional asks that you made make up for what was reduced in your ARPA request?
It doesn't really come that close, but it certainly gets us some ways there. The community room curtain stage the magnetic door lock. Those are items that were on there. And painting, I would love to paint this whole library, but I understand if that's not feasible. However, I think that, a small amount to, address real concerns that we have either inside the building or outside the building would go a long way to making the library look better and more functional.
In follow-up, the money that you had asked for from ARPA for painting, can you just refresh my memory what that amount was? If you don't have it in front of you and you can send it later.
I believe it was something close to 52,000 for the entire building. And I can find out. You just give me a moment.
I just want to again commend you on when you used the ARPA money originally, you were very good at making those dollars stretch further than you thought. And I just wanted to recognize that. And I'm not sure what, can be done, but I was curious to see what that was.
Painting, yes, painting budget was $53,750, and that's from the town vendor for painting, which is, I think, Killer.
Anybody have any other questions for Stefan and our library system? Christine.
If he could just add, Stefan, the number of square feet that is for that 52,000, just for anyone who's watching this now or later, because it sounds like a big number, but it's an enormous amount of square footage, and some of it's quite high too. So it's definitely not a small paint job. So I just thought, since we talked about that, just to put that on the record.
The main library is 30,500 square feet, and the ceilings, especially in the main collection area where the mezzanine is, those are 32-foot ceilings. So yes, very high.
Thanks.
Anything else there? Stefan, as always, thank you for always being thorough. And we appreciate your flexibility on time today.
You're welcome.
And that leads us to moving on to Dan Newman and the Business Education Initiative, which can be found on page 373. Hi, Dan.
Hello, everybody.
You want to walk us through where we start and your request?
Well, it's sort of like second verse, same as the first. We're looking at replicating what we're doing this year without any material change for next year. Our numbers are up in terms of number of kids that we can have in different presentations, site visits, and that sort of thing. We're always short of money for bus trips, but we go within our budget. It's $4,000 this year. We're not asking for an increase for the next year, but I think we're getting 2 additional trips out of it this year compared to this, or next year compared to this year, just because of the trips involved. It's pretty basic. It's what you've seen before. Many of you have had firsthand involvement with BEI. An exciting event that's nowhere in any of this paperwork was a great event we had on Saturday that actually Laney was there as one of our judges for the design sprint workshop that we did for 25 high school and, well, actually 8 to 12th grade students, in which they tackled the problem of stress. And each of the groups defined what that meant and came up with potential solutions of addressing stress, and then made final presentations, which were rewarded with some of the ARPA money, which they all walked out very, very happy. So thanks for those of you that had a hand in that. I talked to Cindy briefly about that earlier and thanked her for at least even alerting the possibility of getting the money and then wisely spending it. So it went very, very well. Laney, you might want to talk to that a little bit, given you were in the middle of it.
I actually did not understand what the program was about until I got there, and I was amazed. It was done through University of New Haven and Iona University, and they came in and you had kids participating from 8th grade through seniors, all from Trumbull. 8 of the participants were from the Ag Science program. And these kids were amazing. Their collaboration, how they work together. And it was very hard to choose between their projects. They had to answer a question. They had to define what the question was and what it meant to them. And they had to come up with a design solution and a prototype to implement that. So what they managed to do in a few hours was pretty incredible. So I get it. I understand what these programs can do. And I would love to see that replicated for more kids over time. So it was really awesome.
I hope we can do that. And we're documenting it. We took a bunch of photos. We're going to be publicizing it to the degree that we can so that hopefully I might be able to find corporate sponsorship for it next year. Unless you've got any more ARPA money laying around in the back closet, but I don't think that's the case.
No.
So it was great. It was really we had to do it on very short notice, design something that we thought would be valuable and useful use of the money. And by all accounts, it turned out to be that way. And that's what we try to do all the time with BEI. We stretch our very few dollars a long way. My disappointment, if I want to go there for a moment, is that we invited Trumbull students from 7 other high schools. And it's amazing how hard it is to reach Trumbull kids who are not going to Trumbull schools. Our charter is to serve all students of Trumbull, whether going to school in Trumbull or Trumbull students going elsewhere. And other schools responded, some didn't, and not one of the students came from outside the Trumbull schools, which very much disappointed me, but we tried like heck to do that. And that's been the same case with our board membership and so forth. Anytime we reach out to Christian Heritage or St. Joe's, we don't get a response. And we wish we did because we'd like to have more representation from those schools on our board. But if anybody has any way of improving that, that's the biggest area of improvement that I'd like to see. We also have a student-initiated BEI club that began quite a few years ago now by 2 of the students. And that meets monthly. There was actually a meeting yesterday. And again, we invite students from those 2 other high schools to be members of that club, but we haven't had any response from that either. So I don't know quite what it is, but we keep trying because we are here to meet the needs of the Trumbull, with a big T, the students of Trumbull. So anyway, that's where we're at. The budget numbers are very much the same as they were last year. We stretch them as far as we possibly can and do what we can. And any questions that I can answer for you guys?
Mary.
Mary Isaac, Town Council. Just a quickie. Hi, Dan.
Hi, Mary.
Just in thinking, I know it's a benefit, obviously, to the students to have this program, but since you do have trouble with the non-Trumbull public school, is there a way, do you get community service at all, or could that be an offering? I know you hate to dangle something else when it's, they're getting a benefit anyway, but that might be something to encourage, and then it goes through a different area of the school system to kind of attract the kids.
Say a little bit more what you mean, Mary. What are you meaning when you say community service?
For middle school up, you need certain hours of community service if you're doing certain things. If you're in
the kids have a heavy burden to get community service, but how do you think we could offer it to them? That's what I'm curious about.
I'm just curious if they are participating in any of this, there's a certain number of hours that could be rewarded per se for getting it. I don't know if it would encourage students or not, but it's kind of a win-win. They fulfill some of their obligations, and they're also getting something that's actually going to benefit them, overall, as opposed to getting community service by sitting at the elementary school, giving out tickets for Halloween, which you guys kill
We
me.
can certainly look into it if there's a way to leverage that, because again, talking to kids that were serving as judges timekeepers at last week's We the People practice, they're getting ready for Washington, of course. And I talked to a couple of the seniors, and I said, I didn't know they were seniors. I said, are you here are you taking a sort of a trial run at looking at We the People? Or are you here for community service hours? And they said, we're seniors, we're done. But we're desperately trying to get community service hours. And one of them was a member of the Social Studies Honor Society. I think it's called Rho Kappa. And she turned down National Honor Society membership because she didn't feel she had enough time in her schedule to get the community service hours required of National Honor Society students, and she turned it down.
Yeah,
it's a big problem.
Yeah, there's a different level if you're in some of the other, if you're on honor societies, things like that, there's a different level of service you have to attain. And then there's the minimum requirements, plus you can get maximum and help. But I was just thinking it might be an extra little kind of carrot people that may have the time, or just to bring people in, get them to see it, and then they might be like, this is great, you know, so. Just
And
a,
they can't double count their hours either. One society for another, they can't double count.
yeah,
So
so
shame on them for being ambitious and good students.
I know, it's tough. My kids didn't have that issue, but you know.
Just in follow-up, Dan did provide everybody with a copy of he had a budget presentation, a newsletter, a copy of the newsletter, and the program for the recognition breakfast, just to let people know, you know, what they're actually doing, that they are busy throughout the year.
Yeah.
And I think that they, in my opinion, you get a pretty good return on the investment for a very small amount of money.
Hopefully you all got a chance to take a look at the newsletter. We try to highlight every team that we provided money for, plus some general interest stuff. But most of all, know that every one of you are please invited to come to May 1. Put it in your calendar. Paul, put that in your calendar now. May 1st is the annual recognition breakfast this year. And come and please spend an hour and a half with us and watch what the kids have been able to do this year. It's the best part of the program, is the kids presenting what they're actually able to do with the grant money that we're able to give them. We're up to 15 mini grants this year, which is more than the past couple of years. Again, more of them, there are more of them, but for a smaller amount, because we want to try to stretch the money across as many kids as we can. So what date was that? May 1st, right? Everybody got that?
I was at it last year, Dan. It was great. I have to say, I was saying you should have something on the table saying if you want to donate, because it's one of those motivational where you're like, you're there. So like, yep, I'm going to donate.
We're getting better at that, Mary, but we're still not where we should be. We've got a QR code now. We're into the 21st century. But we will try to do something like that on the tables this year. It's in our newsletter. We did manage to do that. And we're getting better at it. But that's,
well done.
we're so involved in providing services that we honestly are not nearly as good as we need to be on the fundraising side. And we lost probably on an annual basis $14,000 of funding because of COVID. People that were consistent contributors just dropped out of sight and have not come back. But I've got a neat bit of news came in at 10:30 on Saturday night. I got an email saying that the application that I filed with M&T Bank came in with a $2,500 grant coming. So I was thrilled by that, because Peoples dropped out of sight in 2019, and we've not heard anything from Peoples/M&T since then. And of course, I made a big deal about that in my application to M&T. I actually asked for $9,000 to make up for those years they didn't contribute, but at least we got $2,500, so it was good. Never hurts to aim high, right?
Was Freddie involved in that at all, or not?
He was coming in from Webster at the 11th hour, but it was really the lady in charge of the foundation here in this part of the country that we had I think it was about an hour, well, almost an hour WebEx call with her after they turned us down back in May. I appealed that and said, please, you don't understand what we're able to do and how to help you and get your name around, as well as helping our kids. And she agreed to have the WebEx conference, and then invited me to apply, which I did as soon as their portal opened back up in January, and then word just came in about the grant. So that's, it's a nice breakthrough, because we've been knocking on that door for quite a long time. If there are any other doors we can knock on, anybody have any contacts out there that do the kind of stuff that want to support the kind of stuff we're doing, I'd love to get back up to that higher level so we can do more stuff for the kids.
Just pester Fred. He'll see what he would help you.
Well, and Rotary is the other grant we've received so far this year. They've been a reliable supporter every year. They've been wonderful. So all Rotarians any Rotarians on the call, please pat yourself on the back, because you've been wonderful supporters.
Any other questions about BEI or their programming or the budget? Any other follow-up questions that you can think of for afternoon departments, the library, BEI, town attorneys, or nursing?
Dave, I know Paul, I know Dave Gallo's going to come to the breakfast with you, so you won't feel lonesome.
Right, put it on my calendar.
I'll make sure I sit right next to Mr. Timpanelli, because someone needs to hold my hand. So yes.
And Rosemary will be there as our former secretary to take the notes.
Someone needs to feed me.
Right, Rosemary? Nice to see you. Rosemary served as our secretary for many years and a great job. And I guess while I'm here, I'll also say Kathy McGannon has been one of our supporters over the years, and we're looking forward to that Mustard Seed Foundation again this year, if it's at all possible, Kathy. I know I never miss an opportunity, do I? Just as well that you're on silent.
We'll definitely nudge people along for you, Dan. Thank you very much.
Very much appreciated. The more we can do, the better off for all the kids. So thank you guys for your support always.
All right. I don't have anything else left on our agenda for today. We will look at the schedule for next week and review the departments we've already gone over, make some adjustments, and repost that schedule to you in the next few days. And a reminder to all, there is a public hearing that the Board of Finance will host at Town Hall this Thursday, March 13th at 7 p.m. That will be a hybrid meeting, so people will be able to tune in and access questions from remote. We'll figure out how all that works and go from there. Any questions or comments?
Once again, guys, thanks for everything you do. I know you're volunteering your time and it's very much appreciated. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Dan.
Very good.
Laney, can you
Yes,
just
sir.
give us the details on start time for Thursday?
7 p.m.
Thank you.
We're in council chambers.
Thank you.
All right. Rosemary, safe travels.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, we'll see you later. Bye now.
Bye.
Take care.